Awesome.
I bring up the cover screen, the cover slide?
Yeah, we can put the cover slide now. And then if you want to make me host first really quick, that would be awesome.
Can you do that, Mike?
And we've got the attendees trickling in. Welcome, everybody. All right, so we are currently live on YouTube and we're recording. And you're going to put up the cover slide, and at 52, I'll start the music.
Come,
Share screen.
share screen. Okay, and this. Mike, can you come? I don't know what I'm doing.
Sure. PowerPoint.
Yeah.
That's what we want. And now look at
Let's go to the very beginning. We're in the middle.
arrow keys is what you're gonna do.
Okay.
To advance the slide.
All right. Well, good morning and welcome to the pre-program of the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. We have a few minutes. Mike, could you help me bring up the chat so I could see what's going on? We have a few minutes before we'll start a slideshow with some music. So if you'd like to go to your chats and tell us who you are, give us your name and where you're from, and maybe tell us if you're new to native plant gardening or if you're an old hand. It would be nice to see who's with us. And we're going to start the slideshow in just about 2 or 3 minutes now. I'm Kathy Kramer. I'll be your host for the day. And we have some of our panelists on right now. And let's see who's coming in. And then can I see the number of attendees somewhere? There we go. All right. So, well, welcome to the tour. And we've had people registering this time from all over the country, from Oregon, Delaware, Friendship, Tennessee, Texas. So it's been fun. There's Maurice Phillips, who's been working very hard on a couple of our garden tour videos. She must be watching this with bleary eyes this morning. Welcome. And I hear some nice birds. Is that coming from somebody's screen or from my own yard? Must be on my own yard. We saw 2 orioles this morning in the tree right outside of our window. I take that as a really good sign for the day.
That is hooded orioles.
Yes, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, they're so excitingly beautiful. So there's somebody from Santa Clarita. We had a number of people from Southern California this year, people from Oregon. And if there's any particular questions that you have about gardening for natives, now you're on the chat. It's nice to see you there. Feel free and pop them in. And we have garden ambassadors and our panelists who are here to answer your questions. And we're going to 2 more minutes. We're going to start the slideshow. Let me just say there's evaluation was included in the link and on the Garden Tours homepage. So we hope you'll fill out the evaluation. You could even fill it out today as it's going if you want. Oh, here's somebody from Orangevale. I was in Orangevale before. It is in Southern California. And I'm curious to know if you people who are chiming in so early this morning are planning on going on to the in-person tour, which is going to take place 2 weeks from now. We have about 50 gardens that are open in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. Oh, here's somebody from Santa Rosa. Hi, Gail. And we've had a number of people from San Leandro. Stefanie, I saw a lot of registrations coming in.
I'm thrilled about that.
Yeah, I am
more
too.
coming, I'm sure.
Especially with the new tree program, there's a lot of possibilities there.
Yep.
And somebody from Healdsburg just registered. Okay, and we're going to start our program in what do you think, Jessica? Is it about time?
Yeah, we can start now.
Okay. Well, good morning and welcome everyone to the 18th annual Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. This is our third online tour, and it's the first time we've added a Green Home Features Showcase. I'm your tour coordinator, Kathy Kramer. I'll be your host for the program today, and we're also happy that you can join us. As people are registering and getting settled, I'd like to begin by thanking the team that has made this event possible. So here's my husband, Mike. You might come on in, Mike, don't drift for a second. This is my beloved husband, Michael May, and also my IT guy for the last 30 years. And Mike will be helping me today with the audio visuals, and you'll most likely see him drifting out in and out of my screen throughout the day. And now I'd like to introduce Jessica Dickinson Goodman. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning.
So a native plant gardener and Zoom expert extraordinaire, Jessica responded to my call for a Zoom Czarina last year, and we feel very fortunate to have her help again for this year's online event. When she is not gracing us with her calm online presence, Jessica helps run a 2-acre community edible and native plant garden in South San Jose, which was recently featured on the Growing Native Garden Tour. If you should have technical issues or think that you might get a pencil real quick, you can contact Jessica by direct messaging her through Zoom or YouTube. If you can't figure out how to use the chat, you could also text or call her at 650-804-9044. And now I'd like to introduce you to my garden tour host and friend, Stefanie Pruegel. Good morning, Stefanie. So Stefanie is an amazing colleague, and I have appreciated her cheerful support and the creative ideas she has offered during the planning of this event. Stefanie will be fielding questions today, and she'll also be giving a presentation on her own beautiful garden and the many green features of her home in San Leandro. So now if we could go to my share screen, and I'm going to be right. So hats off to the team of garden ambassadors who are staffing the YouTube and Zoom chats this year. We have volunteers on hand every hour of this 2-day-long event. They're waiting to hear from you, so we hope you'll type in your questions and provide your comments in the chat. Thank you to garden ambassadors Todd Guylands, Jessica Dickinson Goodman, Martha Griswold, Sundong Kwong, Robin Mitchell, Sandra Navala Lee, Stefanie Pruegel, and Hope Salzer. I'd also like to thank our post-production team, Deb Stevenson, John Timothy, and Mike and Kathy Burst. They are the yeomen who will be putting the recording of this year's program on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel, so it can be viewed later. I'd also like to thank professional photographers Saxon Hope from Photo Botanic and Jerry Kiffey from Plant Master for allowing us to use their beautiful photographs. I'd like to thank Jane Rudebush for making the terrific maps that you'll be using to find the gardens on this year's in-person tour. They are beautiful maps, as you will see yourself later this week when they are emailed to you, along with the in-person garden tour addresses and maps. Thank you to the professional videographers who responded to our call for help and donated their time to make videos for this year's tour. We're grateful to Maurice Phillips and Jason Bull, and to Jonathan Ruckless of Ruckless Videography for being such a great help to us when we needed it. I'd also like to thank the California Bluebird Recovery Program, particularly Georgette Howington, Bruce Mushrush, and Mike Azevedo, who deserve an award for filming, editing, and producing a 6-video series on gardening with native plants that features garden tour host Al Kyte in his spectacular Moraga garden. You can see those videos on the tour's YouTube page, and we'll be seeing 2 of them this weekend. And finally, I would like to thank all the hosts on both the online and the in-person tours, and the more than 100 greeters, garden assistants, and other volunteers that has made this tour possible. I'd like to thank our stalwart major funders, the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, the Contra Costa Water District, and the Clean Water Program Alameda County for their continued belief in this program and the funding that makes this tour possible. These programs and I are hoping that you will help birds, bees, butterflies, and fish out by eliminating pesticide use in your gardens. None of the gardens you'll see this weekend or on the in-person tour, use any pesticides. You'll keep yourself, your children, and your pets safer by gardening without the use of toxic chemicals. I'd like to thank the other sponsors for their support for this year's tour. And these sponsors as well. I wanted to take a moment this morning to acknowledge two friends who have left us. Many of you might remember Sue Duckles and her sister Sherry's side-by-side oak woodland gardens in Oakland. Sue began attending the tour when it first started in 2005, and Sue and Sherry's beautiful local native plant gardens were on the tour 8 times. I remember Sue as a warm, vibrant, energetic woman who was passionate about California native plants. The Wednesday hiking group was kind enough to create a memorial fund in Sue's honor and to donate this fund to the tour. They miss Sue, and I do also. William Marlowe was a landscape designer who created beautiful residential and commercial landscapes. He also worked for the Trinity Council Food Bank for 15 years. William is missed by his partner, John Springer, and many friends and family members. Okay, we'll move on now to the logistics of this year's program. The online Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour will run today and tomorrow from 10 to 3 Pacific Standard Time. The in-person tour will take place in 2 weeks on Saturday and Sunday, April 30th and May 1st. One registration covers you for both the online and the in-person tour. Let's see where I am here. Okay. The Bayside Gardens, meaning 35 gardens from Pinole to Fremont, will be open on Saturday, April 30th. And the Inland Gardens, meaning about 15 gardens from Martinez to Livermore, including Moraga and Orinda, will be open on Sunday, May 1st. An email with a link to the addresses and maps for the in-person tours will be sent out by next Friday. Please check your spam box if you don't find this email in your inbox. This program is being recorded and it will be posted on the tour's YouTube channel for viewing in the future. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel and to be notified when new videos are posted. And I think I needed to pick up this right here. So today's agenda is at bringingbackthenatives.net under online tour agenda, and you might want to follow along as the day progresses, as the gardens you'll be seeing on our program today are linked to pages on the garden tours website that feature that particular garden. On those garden pages, you can see additional photographs of the gardens that we'll be visiting, and you can view or download each garden's plant list. Today, we'll be hearing from Doug Tallamy, The Nature of Oaks, and that'll be followed by a Q&A session. And then I'll be giving a talk on the 10 best native plants for sunny areas. Those are the Keystone Species that Doug will be has been promoting. In the afternoon, we'll be visiting 3 gardens. Our own Stefanie Pruegel will take us through her beautiful wildlife-friendly garden in San Leandro. She'll also be talking about her solar panels and batteries, her smart panel, heat pumps for heating and cooling the house and heating water, and more. We'll preview some of the Bayside gardens that you can visit in person on Saturday, April 30th. And after that, we'll go to Victoria's Garden Pollinator Corridor, which is an inspiring block-long ecological restoration project in Oakland. And we'll end the day in longtime garden tour host Al Kyte's spectacular Moraga garden. We'll be asking the speakers and hosts to answer questions during their presentation. So if there's time, so we'd like you to join us. We'll be asking the host to answer your questions. So post your questions and comments in the chat, and the host will get to them after their presentation is over. Oops. So it takes more than a year to coordinate each of these garden tours. This year was especially challenging to coordinate the tour for a few reasons. First, we're offering both an online and an in-person tour for the first time ever. Next, the in-person tour is a 2-day long event for the first time. And last, we've added a new green home features component to both tours. We hope you enjoy this year's expanded tour. Garden tour hosts Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin have generously offered a $500 challenge grant if these funds can be matched with donations from viewers. If you haven't yet had the chance to contribute, please help by making a donation now. You can do so via the donations button on the tour's homepage at bringingbackthenatives.net, through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, on the tour's GoFundMe page, or you can mail in a check. The tour's address is under Contact Us on the website. Orinda Books has again made the tour a great offer. You can purchase any of the following books from Orinda Books, and a portion of the proceeds will be donated to the tour. You will also be supporting Orinda Books, a local small business. In this case, the small business is owned by longtime garden tour host Pat Rudebush, whose lovely native plant garden in Orinda you may have visited in the past. You can call Orinda Books at 925-254-7606, or you can order online at orindabooks.com. And I think that Stefanie might be able to put this list of books and the contact information for Orinda Books in the chat. The benefit books are any of Doug Tallamy's books. Doug's most recent book, The Nature of Oaks, the New York Times bestseller, Nature's Best Hope, or Bringing Nature Home, or any of our local California-specific books, Designing California Native Plant Gardens by Alry Middlebrook and Glenn Keeter, Garden Allies by Frederic Lavapoyer, Native Plant Gardening for Birds, Bees, and Butterflies in Northern California by George Oxford Miller, or California Native Gardening, a month-by-month guide by Helen Popper. And with that, let me say good morning, Doug Tallamy, and thank you for joining us today. It's an honor to introduce Doug Tallamy, professor in the Department of Entomology and Wildlife Ecology at the University of Delaware, who will be talking about oaks, the most powerful plant of all. A man of many talents, Doug is not only an accomplished researcher, but also a best-selling author, an engaging and inspirational speaker. If you should have questions for Doug, type them into Zoom or YouTube, and we'll answer them during the Q&A session that will follow the talk. Since hearing Doug speak some years ago, I've thought differently about the way I managed my own garden. For one thing, it had not occurred to me that I would ever want to see caterpillars in my garden as much as I now do, but I yearn to see them. And after this talk, I'm sure that you will too. All right, Doug, let me turn it over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Kathy. And before I start, hats off to you. What a mammoth undertaking putting this together.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, excuse me. We are going to talk about the nature of oaks. So I'm really talking about the things that use oaks. A little bit more about that than about the oaks themselves. But the story starts in the year 2000 when my wife and I moved into our house, our new house in Oxford, Pennsylvania. It was on a farm that had been broken up. The farm had been mowed for hay before we moved in, so there are very few plants there. And our goal, of course, was to restore the local ecosystem. Now, what I'm going to talk about today, of course, it's East Coast centric because that's where I live. That's where I take most of my pictures. But I recognize most of the people on the call here are from California, and I have westernized it as much as possible. But keep in mind, the interactions that I'm going to talk about occur pretty much all over the place. Wherever oaks occur, very similar interactions happen. So we moved in July. In September of that year, about 1.5 miles down the road, there were a couple of big white oaks that dropped some acorns. So we planted them pretty much all over the property. White oaks germinate in the fall. They send down a root, a radicle, and that's pretty much all they do in the fall. And then in the spring, they'll put up their first leaves. And that's pretty much all they do in the spring and the summer as well. And this gives oaks the reputation of growing very slowly. They do grow slowly above ground in the beginning, but they're not actually growing slowly. Most of their growth is below ground. During that first year, oaks grow 10 times more root biomass than leaf biomass. So here's the little oak that we're going to spend a lot of time with today. It's covered by a deer cage. It's not very big, but this is the year 2. But it has developed a root system that will see it through good times and bad times. This is what it looked like 18 years later. It's 45 feet tall, 47-inch circumference, canopy spread of 30 feet. I never watered it. I never fertilized it. There it is. Of course, it's still a baby, but it is a real landscape tree. Now, the point I want to make today is that oaks are I call them superior biodiversity entities. They're supporting more life than just about any other tree genus. Dozens of species of birds depend on oaks. A number of mammals as well. Even bears, the big guys, will spend the winter in the large hollow sections of big oaks. Not that many reptiles depend on oaks, but there's several butterfly species that are specialists on them, and then hundreds of species of moths depend on oaks, as well as their predators and parasitoids. Cynniped gall wasps, all those things making galls on oaks, have intimate relationships with that genus. Many beetles, June beetles, longhorn beetles, metallic wood-boring beetles, weevils. Then we have a lot of other types of arthropods, spiders and mollusks and annelids that depend on the leaf litter and the very healthy soil that oaks create underneath that oak. So we have a very diverse web of life associated with oaks. The problem is it goes unnoticed by most people that have oaks in their yards or drive by, and it's certainly then unappreciated. And that's why I wrote The Nature of Oaks. It is a month-by-month guide to the life that is occurring on your oaks. And my goal was to provide the knowledge that then generates interest in oaks. And interest often leads to compassion. We are cutting down our oaks all over the place, and we have to stop doing that. So I'm trying to get people to understand that these are living communities we need to protect. Before we start, a few facts. The genus Quercus contains 91 species in North America, 435 species globally. So for a deciduous tree genus, it's a large one. The word Quercus comes from the Celtic quer, meaning fine, and ques, meaning tree, and oaks are indeed fine trees. There are 4 major taxonomic sections within the genus in North America. What we call the white oak group, the Quercus group, the red oak group, Lobate, the live oak group, Verentes, and a much smaller canyon oak group, Protobalanus. And those are the ones that occur, many of them occur in the West. This is the distribution of oaks in our country. Certainly most species, well, any place you have a color, including white, there's at least one species of oak. So there are no oaks where naturally occurring in the brown areas. But the deep green areas have the most species. Center of distribution is certainly in the Southeast, but California has 20 species of oaks, so you're not doing too badly. Mexico, there are at least 250 species of oaks in Mexico, so that's really where the center of distribution is. Now, oaks grow a long time. They have a very long life cycle, 900-year average life cycle, which is much longer than most people realize. 300 years of growth, 300 years of stasis, and 300 years of decline. And during each one of those periods, they're delivering unique ecological contributions to the landscape around them. If your oak doesn't live that long, it's because of something we've been doing to it, typically messing up the root system with roads or cellars or pipelines, or depriving it of nutrients by raking leaves away for centuries, and so on. Everybody wants to know what the oldest oak in the country is. Certainly one of the contenders would be the Pinchincha oak. It's on an Indian reservation in California, Temecula, California. Said to be 2,000 years old. That's a contender. We've got some 1,500-year oaks on the East Coast. But the true winners would be the Palmer oak, which is a small, it's almost like a ground cover. It roots itself along the ground and then spreads. The section over here will die and it'll continue living over here. This specimen has been dated at 13,000 years old. So one of the oldest living specimens of anything on the planet. And it's found in California. This is the Y oak in Y, Maryland. It was the largest white oak in the country. It fell over in a hurricane about 15 years ago, but I got to see it before it did. And again, it gives the impression that all oaks are gigantic, but think of that Palmer oak. All oaks are not gigantic, and there's several small ones that we can use even in small spaces. So another point I'm going to hammer home today is that oaks have superior ecological function. They do have the highest biodiversity value because they are supporting more forms of life. They're wonderful at sequestering carbon dioxide, pulling carbon out of the atmosphere, out of harm's way, and then building their tissues out of it, which they can hold for a long time. But they also pump carbon into the soil through their root systems. And that's probably the most valuable form of carbon sequestration that plants are doing for us. Our soils are brown or black because of the carbon that plant roots have left there over the eons. And once it's in the soil, until the soil is disturbed again, it stays there. You can measure that in thousands of years. Oaks are some of the best soil stabilizers we have. When you have those very large root systems, they make the best leaf litter, meaning it lasts the longest. And we'll talk about why that's important. And all of that promotes healthier watersheds. I started the book in October. Everybody wants to know why I started in October, because that was when my wife Cindy said, you should write a book about oaks. So, okay, October, I looked out the window. That's what the oak looked like that we're going to follow. And of course, in October, this is when people start to notice those acorns. They've been on the tree for several months, but people don't notice them until they start to fall from the tree. And when they fall from the tree, there can be a lot of them. A single oak can produce up to 3 million acorns in its lifetime. And each one of those is a little, very important nugget of food for some animal. It's very high in protein, very high in fat, and many things depend on it. There are a number of rodents that depend on acorns. And again, the big guys do as well. They'll lap up as many acorns as they can in the fall. And that provides the fat that helps them get through long winters. Squirrels, of course, like acorns, and those cute deer that we all love, but many birds as well. Turkeys. Now, you don't have turkeys naturally in California. We've got introduced turkeys, and they walk around eating those acorns all fall long. So do red-bellied woodpeckers and titmice and towhees and nuthatches and flickers, a number of birds. Many ducks as well. Wood ducks really love acorns. Any acorn that falls into the water, the wood duck dives down and grabs it, and they'll get up on the shore and just gobble them down. There are also a number of invertebrates that depend on acorns, like the acorn weevil. Here's an acorn weevil larva tunneling out of an acorn, and that's what the adult looks like. And another group of insects that uses acorn, this is the acorn moth, and it's doing pretty much the same thing as the acorn weevil. The larva, the caterpillar, develops within the acorn, then it tunnels out and then becomes a moth. This is a species complex. There's several species that do this, but they all look so similar. It's very tough to tell which one you have. So with all these things eating acorns, if you look under an oak tree just a few weeks after they drop their acorns, there's just about nothing left. They're all eaten or squished or carried away, and you might wonder how oaks ever successfully reproduce. And this is where a very ancient mutualism between jays, the jay lineage all over the world actually, and oaks comes into play. Both jays and oaks evolved in the same place at the same time, about 65 million years ago in Southeast Asia. And they developed a dependence on each other. Jays, of course, get food from oaks in the form of those acorns. What do jays do for oaks? Well, they allow oaks to move farther and faster than any other tree genus in the world. And this is how that happens. Jays store acorns for winter food. They don't cache them. They're burying them individually. And what they'll do is they'll pick up an acorn and then they'll fly up to a mile from the parent tree before they bury that acorn. And that's key. They're moving those acorns a long way from the parent tree. And they'll look for an area that's of disturbed soil. They'll tap the acorn beneath the soil surface. And then the object is to go back and get it during the wintertime. Now, if they thought or think that another jay has watched them bury their acorn, they'll wait a few minutes, then they'll dig up their acorn and they'll move it, because jays know that jays steal acorns. Then during the winter, they're going to go back, have something to eat. During a single fall, a single jay can bury up to 4,500 acorns. So they're moving a lot of acorns around, but they only remember where 1 out of every 4 of those acorns are. So that means a single jay can actually plant 3,360 oak trees each year. And if they do that a mile from the tree, that is how oaks are moving farther and faster, dispersing. And you would say, what do you mean dispersing? Well, you know, when the glaciers came down, they pushed many of our plants all the way down to the Gulf Coast or into Mexico. And then when they receded, those plants moved back up into the north. Oaks led the way because jays were moving those acorns so far. It's not just blue jays that are doing this. We have 7 or 8 species of jays around the country. In the West, of course, you have a couple species of scrub jays. This is one from Oregon doing the same thing with acorns. Then you also have the acorn woodpecker, another bird that's specialized on acorns, a very beautiful bird in the Southwest. It doesn't bury acorns in the soil for the wintertime. What it does is find a dead tree, a snag, and it drills holes in the tree and then sticks the acorn in the holes. And that's how the acorn spends the winter. Then, of course, they eat the acorn whenever they get hungry. So an acorn tree can be a really valuable resource for acorn woodpecker families. They work together as family groups. They protect their tree, make sure no other acorn woodpeckers come and take them, because they have spent a lot of time making that tree. There are up to 50,000 holes drilled into an acorn tree. So if you have an acorn tree in your yard, it's enormously entertaining. Interesting fact about the Pacific populations of the acorn woodpecker, they have a bill that's 20% longer than interior populations. Why? Because you've got some really long acorns along the coast there. So they need deeper holes in order to bury those acorns into the snag. Okay, November. This is when you might notice another feature of oaks that is very unusual, and that is it's a deciduous tree, but oaks, particularly in the white oak group, tend not to drop their leaves. They hang on to their leaves. I'm sorry, I'm 1 month ahead of myself. You will notice that you either had a lot of acorns or this year, or you had very few acorns. And when you have a lot of acorns, that is called a mast year. What's interesting is there's not much in between. Oaks are masting, or they're making very few acorns at all. So again, unusual behavior. And ecologists always want to describe unusual behavior. There are 4 hypotheses that have been offered to explain oak masting, and they are not mutually exclusive. They all could be working together to select for this curious reproductive behavior: predator satiation, predator reduction, improved pollination, and energy partitioning. Let's look at each one of those. Predator satiation. This is an acorn weevil. It's outside the acorn, but that's what it looks like. They can be really numerous. You can have acorn weevils in 90% of the acorns that are produced by a tree. And this is true for acorn moths and all the other things that eat acorns. If oaks made the same number of acorns every single year, the population of things that depend on acorns would stabilize around that number. And they would eat all the acorns. It'd be very hard for an acorn to escape predation. But if oaks are variable in how they make their acorns, they could make a whole bunch one year and the acorn weevil populations would build up, the squirrel populations would build up. And then the next year they make almost no acorns. Then those populations would crash. That's called predator reduction. You do have active starvation out there in nature. And typically oaks will go 3, 4, 5 years before they have another mast. So the populations of things that depend on acorns would remain low. And then you have a big mast, and there's far more acorns produced than creatures that could eat them. Improved pollination. Oaks are wind pollinated. These are the male catkins that hang down in the spring. And if oaks are coordinated when they're reproducing, it increases the probability that pollen will reach the female flowers if everybody's releasing their pollen at the same time. And then finally, energy allocation. And by the way, if you wonder whether oaks can have good fall color, they can. This is a scarlet oak. It's one of the best. All right, energy allocation. There's rarely enough energy to go around. So oaks partition it. They either put it towards growth or they put it towards reproduction, making acorns. But rarely do they do both at the same time. I mean, they'll grow a little bit each year, but if they're going to have a mast year, they don't grow much at all. So those are the 4 hypotheses. They all could be happening at the same time to explain oak masting. All right, now we're going to talk about the fact that oaks, particularly in the white oak group, hold on to their leaves during the wintertime. That's a condition called marcescence. And for a deciduous tree, it's really unusual. What are they doing that for? Well, again, hypotheses. This is the leading one. And this is a picture of the large mammals that occurred in Mexico alone. There were 3 species of mammoths. There was the giant sloth that could reach up 18 feet. There were camels and horses. The world had 44 species of rhinoceros back then. So lots of things, and most of them were plant eaters. And many of them were browsers, just like our deer are today. A browser is something that's eating woody material, particularly buds, all winter long. It's not eating grass on the ground. So if oaks protect their buds by surrounding them with the dead leaves of the previous year, it makes for a very untasty mouthful. Very difficult to get at that bud without getting a mouthful of dead, dry leaves. It's also difficult to eat an oak without making a lot of leaf rustling sound. And there were big predators back then too that tracked those big herbivores. So the distribution of marcescent leaves supports that hypothesis because they're typically only on the lower branches. If you get up above 18 feet above where that giant sloth could reach, no more marcescent leaves. Very difficult to test this hypothesis and prove it, but it makes a nice story. It also gives oaks a wonderful landscape attribute. If you don't like your neighbor, you can use your oak as a screen. You can screen him out, even in the wintertime, because the oaks will hang on to their leaves. Okay, January. Where I come from, January is cold. People don't spend a lot of time outside looking at their oaks, but things go dormant in most parts of North America. So most people are not out looking up in their oak trees in January. But if you do, you're likely to see little birds flitting around up there. And we don't think much about that. But remember, birds have very, very tight energy budgets. They're not doing anything for the fun of it, or very little for the fun of it, because they'll use up energy. So what are these birds? What are things like the black-capped chickadee and bush tits up there in those oak trees doing? And also the golden crown kinglet. I took this picture of golden crown kinglet in my yard when it was snowing. I think it was January. This is particularly confusing. I mean, the chickadee eats seeds. 50% of its diet in the wintertime is seeds. It's the same with titmice. But the bush tits and the kinglets are insectivores. They're not eating seeds, and they should have migrated. What are they spending the wintertime up north for when there are no insects to eat? Well, Bernheinrich doesn't like, we call it the kinglet paradox, the fact that it's up here when it should have migrated. He doesn't like paradoxes. So what he did was look in the crops of kinglets in January in Maine, and he found they were full of caterpillars in January in Maine. And by the way, there are golden crown kinglets in California as well. And if you look carefully at your oak branches, you will find caterpillars sitting up there. They're just sitting there looking like sticks, and some of them look a lot like sticks. They are mostly in the family Geometridae, the inchworms, but they're spending the winter in your oak trees just sitting there. When it gets cold, if it goes below freezing, there are antifreeze proteins in the cells that keep those cells from bursting. So the insect shrinks a little bit, and then when it gets warmer, it swells a little bit. But there's nothing to eat for the caterpillar. It's just sitting there. So there's no more kinglet paradox. We know what they're doing. They're up there eating caterpillars all winter long. The next question is, what are the caterpillars doing up there? It seems like a very strange behavior. Most insects overwinter as eggs that doesn't take any nutrients, or they overwinter as chrysalids or pupae, and then emerge in the spring. And a few overwinter as adults, but very few overwinter as mature larvae like this. And the only thing we can imagine is that these guys will have a competitive edge over anything that was an egg. Those guys have to hatch out. Remember, in the spring, the leaves are going to emerge. An egg will hatch out into a very tiny caterpillar. It's not going to be competitive with a very big caterpillar. Something overwintered as an adult will have to find a mate, then lay eggs, and then those eggs will hatch. So they're even farther behind. So as best we can tell, it simply puts those caterpillars that make it through the winter at a competitive advantage. They have an endless food supply when all of those buds actually burst in the spring. Okay, February. This is the quietest time of year in most parts of the country for oaks. So it's a good time to talk about what I call oak landscaping myths. Now, it wasn't that long ago where myths actually had some degree of fact associated with it, and then the myth was built around it. Not so much today, but let's look at whether there are any facts supporting whether oaks are too expensive to buy. I hear that all the time. I can't afford an oak. They're going to grow too slowly to use as landscape plants. They get too big on small lots. If we do use them, they're going to fall over and crush our house. They're going to lift up our hardscape, our sidewalks, and our driveways. Fact or fiction? Well, are oaks too expensive? They can be if you insist on planting a large oak. This is a picture by Bob Sorensen of one of your Western oaks, very beautiful. But nurserymen are onto the fact that we want instant gratification. We want to plant big trees. We want to build a landscape that is finished on day one. And of course, that's, landscapes are dynamic. They tend to grow in. So people like to buy very large trees. You can pay up to $3,000 for a large oak. But look, it's a large tree in a very small pot, which means the root system that supports this large tree has been artificially decreased. It's too small to support a plant like this. And of course, if you don't have a special air pot, you end up with this is called root binding. And that's deadly to the tree. Those roots will continue to grow and then strangle the tree, and it's not going to live very long. But these are air pots, and we can grow plants now without being root bound, but the root system is still small. And when we plant those trees, they will spend a long time rebuilding their root system. It's hard on the trees. I passed this planting of, I think it was 15 oaks in Newark, Delaware, a couple of years ago. All of them died. So they spent a lot of money because they insisted on using large trees. The other option is balled and burlap, where you simply cut off all the roots, wrap it up in burlap, and then sell that. Again, hard on the trees. And once you put it in the ground, if it lives, it's going to spend up to a decade or even longer rebuilding the root system so that it's big enough to support active growth in this tree. If I plant an acorn the same day I plant one of these trees, acorn's free, this could cost a lot of money. The acorn's going to germinate, put down a big root system. And by the end of that decade, when this thing is still rebuilding its roots, it will be bigger and taller and much healthier than any of those large trees that you buy. This is a great size to plant your oak. It's hard to find them this size because, again, you can't charge very much money for this. But you can also create your own oak trees. Just find acorns and germinate them. It's easier if you start them in a pot instead of putting them right in the ground, because there's a lot of rodents and things that will eat them in the ground. And then you put them out when they're this size. But that leads to the next question, and that is, do oaks really grow too slowly to use as landscape plants? I hear people say, I'm not going to plant an oak because I won't live long enough to enjoy it. And of course, if you can only enjoy your oak when it's 400 years old, you're right, you won't. But is it going to grow too slowly for you to enjoy? Let's have a race between my white oak here. This is the one we're following, and my little friend Bella, who's 2 years old here. She loved this oak. She's not my daughter. She's not our granddaughter. She was our surrogate granddaughter for years. She was born on my wife's birthday, and we ended up watching her 4 or 5 days a week. So Bella, she's tall for her age. And this tree is 6 years old here. So let's see which one's going to grow faster. Remember, this is a white oak. It's got a reputation for growing very slowly. Maybe Bella can catch it. Here it is, 7 years old, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Bella is clearly losing. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's Bella with her mask on, 2020. She has not won the race. This white oak has clearly beaten her. We're not going to do this anymore because Bella's 5'11" already. She's not growing anymore. But the tree is still growing. So, after those slow first couple of years, oaks take off and grow pretty much as fast as a lot of other trees. And they start to contribute to the ecosystem, particularly the food web in your yard immediately. This is a pin oak that has just popped its head above the leaves. And here's a caterpillar standing on the ground eating the leaves of that tree. And I'm showing this to you to show you how much and how early oaks contribute to food webs by passing on the energy they've captured from the sun. I'm not trying to convince you that caterpillars are going to kill all your oaks. This tree is just fine, and it's almost through eating. So they're very resilient after they share their leaf material. Are oaks too large to use in small yards? Well, you're not going to find a landscape designer or a landscape architect anywhere that will suggest a large oak for a small yard. But I see it as I'm driving around. These are two big red oaks that are in very small yards as I drive into the university. I'm sure they were planted at the same time this house was built, which is probably 100 years ago. And remember, 100 years ago, there was no no air conditioning. So they provided a very important ecosystem services by dropping the temperature of this house by 10 degrees in the summertime. But again, you're not, but look, they're also not lifting up the hardscape here. You're not going to get anybody to recommend that. Point is, there are small oaks. So if we have small yards, you can put in a small oak. And in the West, you've got a lot more options to do that. The yellow species, the highlighted species here are just the number of small oaks in Texas alone. So you've got a number of them, including that Palmer oak that I mentioned earlier, but others are shrub-like, others are small trees. The one that we plant in the East, the most would be the dwarf chestnut oak. The Georgia oak is actually an endangered species, but it's occasionally in the trade. There's a dwarf live oak, Quercus virginiana minima. So there are small options. We need to get more of them into the trade, which will be easy. Oaks are easy to grow once the nurserymen realize that there is a demand for them. This is a picture of my dwarf chestnut oak, Quercus prinoides. It makes acorns when it's 5 feet tall. This is another option I'd like to see people try. It's called coppicing. I don't know how much you coppice in the West, but in the East, people used to coppice all the time to make building materials for a lot of things, baskets and many other things. The colonists did this quite a bit. What you do is you let your oak grow till a diameter of 3 or 4 inches, then cut it off at the base and it will come back as a shrub. And you can cut it off for a century. So you can have a shrub oak in your yard simply by coppicing. Are oaks going to crush your house? They could, and it's not just oaks. Any large tree can fall over and crush our houses or crush our cars. And when they do, we hear about it on the news. The news will only report bad things. They certainly don't report every time the oak doesn't fall over and crush your house. The reason these things are falling over is because of the way we insist on planting them. We want everything to be a specimen tree. So we make sure it's not close to any other tree, so that it's not competing for light or water or nutrients, but that means its root system is not interlocking with another tree. So you get a windy, rainy period and boom, over they go. But this is the way trees grow in a forest. They typically grow close enough together so that their roots are interlocked, and it's an extremely strong matrix. This is a stream cut near our house that has come back here. 1, 2, 3, 4 trees, all of the roots are really interlocked. And that's the way plants grow in the wild. Very stable, no straight line wind is going to blow them over. A tornado could snap them off, but there's no landscaping trick that's going to protect you from tornadoes. So instead of this, consider this. These are the white oaks that we got our acorns from originally. They're down the street from us. They were here before they put this road in. That's 3-foot distance between them. Neither one is as big and majestic as it would be if it had been isolated, but they're both still standing. And we need to start training our eyes to view trees in groves so that they can be stabilized in our human-dominated landscapes. Here are 3 big red oaks in Northwest Connecticut, growing naturally right next to each other. And this is a planned landscape at one of the DuPont estates, Mount Cuba. This is a big red oak in the back here. These are hemlocks in the front, big rhododendrons down here, and some hardscape. It looks totally natural, but it was planned. All of these big trees have interlocked their roots. So folks with large amounts of lawn and they want to reduce that, wondering how to do it, you can put in a little forest, a little tree grove that provides lots of habitat. It's beautiful, looks natural, and it will be very stable. Will oaks lift up your hardscape? Well, it depends on what you plant them over. If you plant them over bedrock, yes, they will. Their roots have to go laterally. If you plant them over agricultural pan that has been, that's where the plow goes down for about 15 inches and really compacts the soil beneath the plow, and you do that for a century, it gets really hard down there. Then the oaks will grow along the pan. You can actually break up agricultural pan, though, with a ripper on the back of a tractor. But if you have nice deep soil, the oak is not going to lift up anything. This is a pin oak. Its roots have easily gone beneath the street here. Here are 2 big red oaks at the University of Delaware. Big trees right next to a curb. No problem with lift at all. So it's a possibility that it'll lift up your hardscape, but certainly not a certainty. All right, March, this is when the oak leaves are finally starting to fall. So let's talk about what oak leaf litter does. But first, let's talk about the variability in oak leaves. There's a tremendous amount of variability in oak leaves. A lot of people think if it doesn't have lobes, it's not an oak. Well, that's a live oak. This is a willow oak. This is an emery oak from Arizona. Looks like a holly. That's a water oak. There are a lot of oaks that do not have lobes on their leaves. A lot of them do. Juvenile leaves are bigger than adult leaves, but tremendous amount of variation out there. And oaks make a lot of leaves. A large oak will make up to 700,000 leaves. If you lay those leaves out next to each other on a tennis court, it would cover 4 tennis courts. And that's their primary job. Leaf litter is covering the ground. It's keeping the moisture in the ground. The soil, our soil community is really, it's essential to healthy plant growth. That's where all the mycorrhizae fungi live. That's where the detritivores are that are recycling these leaves, returning nutrients to the soil so that the plants can take them up again. All of these soil organisms require high humidity. They require the moisture to be retained, and that's what leaf litter does. Not only does it return the nutrients to the soil, but it keeps the moisture there so that the things that operate our soil ecosystems can continue to exist. And oak leaves take up to 3 years before they break down, so they're covering the soil longer and better than just about any other tree. Now, I know in the West, this causes a problem because you are told to get rid of all your leaf litter for fire control hazards. And I don't know what to say about that. I guess that's good to control the fires, but it's really hard on the soils. You get that sunbake condition and you're really hammering your soil ecosystem. People worry whether their plants can get through a normal layer of oak leaf litter. Yes, they can. This is just a natural, it's not a planting of ferns. They're just naturally there coming through. Nobody's monitoring them. And they're protecting an awful lot of life forms. There are more species that live underground than above the ground. In a square meter of soil beneath oak leaf litter, you can have 250,000 mites. You can have 100,000 springtails, columbolans, like this little sminthurid guy here. 90,000 proturans, those are primitive insects that you practically need a microscope to see. 1 million nematodes, all of these guys are under there. They're all turning over that leaf litter, returning soil nutrients to the soil. So imagine what happens when we rake our leaves away. We're removing the soil, we're destroying the soil ecosystem, removing the nutrients, preventing the recycling of nutrients. It's very hard on the tree and very hard on the things that live in the soil. There are a number of butterflies that specialize on oak leaf litter after it's fallen, when it's on the ground, like the banded hair streak. It's a very beautiful butterfly, and it's pretty common too. But this is what the caterpillars eat. You wouldn't think anything would want that, but they do eat it. And there are 70 species of what we call litter moths, moths where the caterpillars eat dead leaves. Things like the ambiguous litter moth, the American idea, the dark spotted palthus, and 67 other species. When you see your towhees and white-throated sparrows and white-crowned sparrows jumping on the ground and pushing leaf litter back with their feet, they're trying to expose these moths and their caterpillars to have something to eat. So again, when we rake all that leaf litter away, we're throwing away a valuable food source. And of course, then you have all the predators that depend on these things as well. A number of ground beetles, you have centipedes, you have millipedes, very active predator community, and you have lightning bugs all over the country. People saying, where are the lightning bugs gone? Of course, they're not bugs at all, they're beetles. California has 18 species of fireflies, by the way, lightning bugs, fireflies, whatever you want to call them. And a lot of Californians think you have none. Well, you got to make the right habitat for them. This is an adult. That's the lantern that lights up to attract the opposite sex. But this is the larva. It looks like a little dinosaur. Where does it live? In leaf litter. It is a predator in leaf litter. It feeds on other arthropods. It feeds on worms, on annelids, and on snails. And when we rake all that away, we lose our lightning bugs. Okay, April. This is when those buds finally do burst forth, at least at our house. And it's also the chance to look at observe one of the most ephemeral interactions in all of nature. It takes about 5 minutes a year. You have to be in the right place at the right time, but it's actually very common. And I'm talking about when synipid gall wasps lay their eggs in oak buds. They're starting their galls. So that's what you're looking at here. This is a female synipid wasp of a particular species. That's her ovipositor right there, and she's injecting an egg into the bud of the oak. This is a male synipid. He's already mated with her once, and that's the sperm she will use to fertilize this egg. But she's going to lay another egg after she lays this one, and he wants to be around to make sure he's the father. And this is a male who wishes he was this male. So she is laying an egg, but also injecting plant hormones into the bud when she's doing it. Remember, the cells in a bud are meristematic cells. They're essentially stem cells. They can go in any direction, and the synipid gall wasp wants them to go in a particular direction that will make a species-specific house for them. We call it a gall. People say it's like a cancerous growth. It's just the opposite. Cancerous growths are uncontrolled growth. They just grow and grow and grow. Galls are highly controlled growth. And not only is it controlled by the synipid galler, it's controlled by the oak itself. It's a compromise between what the oak wants and what the galler wants. And it creates a species-specific swelling, and that's where the gall larva is contained. This is another species of galler. It's laying an egg in one of my oak buds last spring. I tagged that little stem so I could follow it, and that's the gall that resulted from that oviposition. There are a lot of species of gallers out there. Worldwide, 5,000 species of synipid gallers that are associated with oaks. California has 90 species. You've got a very large galler community. A single oak tree can support 70 species of gallers. It's very hard to find. It may be impossible to find an oak that does not have a galler associated with it. And many of these galls are hollow. This is the apple oak gall or the oak apple gall. You can see it written both ways. And if you cut it open, the galler's in a little spherical disc in the center here, and then there's a lot of air. And then there's the outside of the gall. What is all this wasted space for? Well, it turns out that synipid gallers have more natural enemies, more parasitoids, more members of other families of Hymenoptera. This is a pterimid parasitoid that want to lay their eggs in the synipid larvae. And this is what they do it with, a very long sword-like ovipositor. So what the gall has to do is keep this ovipositor away from the larva. So the distance, the air-like distance between the galler and the outside of the gall has to be longer than this ovipositor. Otherwise, the pterimid can reach it. Now, there is a period of growth when the gall is very small where the pterimid can reach it, and that's when the galler's at risk, but it grows very quickly and puts the galler out of reach of these natural enemies. This is Pterimus californicus. It has the longest ovipositor of any pterimid, and that has resulted in the largest gall in North America on Quercus garryana, the Oregon oak, or the Oregon white oak, because the distance between the galler and the outside of the gall has to be longer than that ovipositor. A lot of variation in gall shape and size and color, and some of them are quite pretty. Some of them look like plant diseases. Some of them grow on the leaf itself. Some of them grow on the stems. Some of them look like candy. And I'll tell you, the galls in particularly Northern California are the prettiest galls in the country. This is from Northern California. Some look like that. Some do look like plant diseases. Spindle gall, there's a man named Tim Boomer who loves taking pictures of gallers. They're on his Flickr site. Some look like candy. These again are from the West, very cool looking. This is a pottery type shaped gall in my yard. This is my favorite. I call it the little gnome house gall. It's actually called the mushroom gall wasp that makes it, but it's very, very cute. A brain gall in my yard. Here's this is a single leaf that produced 4 galls, but there were multiple adults coming out of each gall. So this single leaf produced, you can count them up. I don't know how many hundreds of gallers were produced by that single leaf. And galls have played an interesting history in the recorded history, or interesting role in the recorded history of we humans. If you grind up a gall like this, and that's the exit hall, that's where the galler comes out. You grind it up and you combine it with particular chemicals. It makes an indelible black ink. And that is the ink that our recorded history has been recorded with. The Bible was written with gall ink. The Magna Carta was written with gall ink. The Declaration of Independence was written with gall ink. So all the writings of the monks and the scribes in the Middle Ages used gall ink. So without galls, who knows? Maybe we never would have even learned to read. Okay, May is when the biological new year of oaks really bursts forward or forth, at least in the East Coast here. That's when those leaves fully expand. So this is happening all over the temperate zone, of course. But following leaf expansion comes the caterpillars that eat those leaves. And following the caterpillars that eat those leaves come the birds that eat those caterpillars. I'm talking about our neotropical migrants. We have 386 species of birds that are neotropical migrants. And it is no coincidence they are flying north to reproduce when all those caterpillars are around. Remember, plants don't make seeds and berries in the spring. They make them after a period of growth. So these birds are depending on insects, and it's primarily caterpillars when they're migrating. And birders know all over the country that if you want to see warblers, you go to oaks because that's where those warblers will be. And they will be there because that's where most of the food is. I had a student, Christy Beal, measure the amount of time warblers spent foraging in various tree families. She did it in large cemeteries. This first family here is the Fagaceae. That's the one that contains the oaks, beeches, and chestnuts. Well, in her samples, there were no beeches and chestnuts. So this is entirely oaks here, compared to pines, compared to birches, and so on. The birds are going where the food is. And by the food, I'm talking about those caterpillars, things like the purple-crested slug, the buck moth, the white-marked tussock moth, the saddle prominent, double-line prominent, white-dotted prominent, the checkered fringe prominent, the laugher, the lace-cap caterpillar, the two-spotted oak punky, the skiff moth, the white-blotched heterocampa, the oblique heterocampa, the variable oak leaf caterpillar, the banded tussock moth, the red-line panapoda, the yellow-neck caterpillar, the smaller parassa, the unicorn caterpillar, the crown slug, and they're called slugs because the head is tucked up underneath, not because they're really slugs. The streaked dagger moth, the epilated dagger moth, the lesser oak dagger moth, the greater oak dagger moth, the afflicted dagger moth, the red-humped oakworm, the orange-humped oakworm, the pink-striped oakworm, the confused wood grain, the spiny oak slug, and the spun glass slug caterpillar, which to me is the prettiest caterpillar in the country. It does look like spun glass. And literally hundreds more species are found on oaks. Now, through the years, this is what our house looks like now, well, when the leaves come out. Because we put a lot of plants back, and our research has shown that caterpillars are enormously important in terms of developing food webs. So 5 years ago, I decided to try to count all of the moth species that are now making a home at our house. And I'm up to 1,140 species of just moths so far. I haven't gotten to the butterflies yet. Point I want to make is, not only is that a lot of species, but 30% of them are using the oaks that we have put in our yard. And because we've got so many types of bird food, we've recorded 60 species of birds that have bred on our 10 acres, not just flew by, but bred. That's the role of native plants, and oaks are playing that role better than any others. That's why I call them keystone species. Remember what a keystone is? This is a Roman arch, and that is the stone in the middle of the arch. That's what a keystone is. And if you take the keystone out of the arch collapses. Well, if you take keystone plants out of our local food web, the food web collapses because they're making most of the food. Just 14% of our native plants are making 90% of the caterpillar food that drives food webs, which means you got a lot of native plants not making all that much caterpillar food. Oaks are supporting more species of caterpillars nationwide than any other plant by far, 950 species of caterpillars nationwide. Why do we need so many caterpillars? Well, caterpillars are transferring more energy from plants to other animals than any other type of plant eater. So if we don't have a lot of caterpillars in our landscapes, we have a failed food web and eventually a failed ecosystem. And the birds, of course, we like birds, so let's just focus on them. It takes thousands of caterpillars to get one clutch of even tiny birds through to maturity. This is the Carolina chickadee. It weighs 3 ounces. That's 4 pennies. Is it 3 ounces or 1/3 of an ounce? I'm going crazy here. Not much. It's a tiny bird. And it takes 6,000 to 9,000 caterpillars to get one batch of these babies to the point where they leave the nest. And that depends on the number of chicks in the nest. After they leave the nest, the parent continues to bring them caterpillar for another 21 days. So you're really talking about tens of thousands of caterpillars to get one family of birds through to independence. And of course, we want diverse bird communities in our yard. So we need to put the plants that make all those caterpillars in our yards, or we won't have these birds. June. This past year in June was periodical cicada month for us. We had an emergence of the 17-year cicada. There's also a 13-year brood in other parts of the country. California has 65 species of cicadas, but you don't have any periodical cicadas. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You didn't get to enjoy the fun. We had a lot of cicadas. Last summer, I was 70 years old, and these only come out once every 17 years. So I'm not going to see them till I'm 87. I wanted to take advantage of it this time. So it was a lot of fun. The point I want to make, though, before I leave cicadas is that they do prefer oaks when they're laying their eggs. I had a student look at where most of the oviposition occurred in Newark, Delaware. They lay on a lot of trees, but the green bars are species of oaks, and they definitely preferred them. You might wonder why they are periodical. Why do they stay underground for 17 years? Many other cicada species don't. And the answer probably has something to do with predator satiation again. A lot of things eat cicadas. All those mammals eat them. Many birds eat them. But you can't specialize on something that only comes out once every 17 years. So the populations of the things that eat cicadas are never large enough to eat all of them. And that's why they come out synchronously in big numbers. Okay, July. July is when the night chorus begins. And by night chorus, I'm talking about cicadas. I'm talking about katydids. This is a male katydid. And what it does is raise its forewings and move them back and forth across each other. There's a scraper and a file there, and it makes a species-specific song. Why are they making that song? Well, this is why. Once upon a time, there was a young woman named Katie who fell in love with a handsome young man. Alas, he did not share her feelings, and he married another. Soon thereafter, he and his young bride were found poisoned in their bed. Who perpetrated the crime was never determined, but some say the insects in the trees were watching that night, and each summer they solved the mystery by singing katydid, katydid. There are 4 species of katydids that frequent oak forests. In the east, you only have one that is in the same format. I mean, you got a lot of species of katydids, but only one that's going to sing like this, and that's the angle-wing katydid in California. This is what a female looks like before she's matured. Her wings haven't expanded yet, but here's her ovipositor. It looks like a spatula. That's what the wings look like when they are fully expanded. Why are they singing, and why are they singing so loudly? Why is it the male singing? Well, the male is advertising his quality, and the female is judging the male based on how loudly he sings. Only a healthy male can sing very, very loud, a large, healthy male. So she's going to go to the loudest male. When she lays her eggs, she just glues them to the side of a stick. They're quite large, and sometimes people find these and wonder what they are. These guys have already hatched. But most of the time, the eggs are laid up in the canopy of trees, particularly those oaks, and we don't see them. So katydids sing starting in July, at least in the east here. They sing right through August into September until, well, at least in our area, until the first frost knocks them off. I did a lot of camping in North Jersey when I was a boy, and katydids sang me to sleep many nights. It's one of my favorite nature sounds. Well, speaking of August, that is when oak leaves are really tough to eat. And it's one of the defenses of oaks. A lot of things depend on oaks, but the oaks do try to prevent things from eating them. So they load their leaves with tannins and lignins, make them very tough over the course of the season. There is a defense or a counter adaptation to that toughness that many caterpillars have come up with, and that is gregarious feeding. They're all going to feed together. Many mouths can get through that tough material when they work at it together. This is the yellowneck caterpillar feeding gregariously. This is what it looks like when it's a small instar. This is what it looks like when it's almost fully grown. They still are working together. The orange-humped oakworm, the pink-striped oakworm, gregarious feeding in August caterpillar feeders is very common. This is our oak that we're looking at. I walked around the base of this tree in 2014 and counted the caterpillars just on the lower branches. I didn't get in a ladder or anything. And I got 410 caterpillars just on those lower branches. 115 of them were yellowneck caterpillars that eat a lot of material. And then I stood back and took this picture so I can ask you, do you see any of those caterpillars? Don't tell me you do, because I know you don't. Do you see any of the caterpillar damage? No, you don't. But if I knocked on your door and said, you got 410 caterpillars on your oak tree, most people out there would say, call the man, get the spray can, save the tree. You don't have to save the tree. Caterpillars eating trees is normal. It's normal, particularly for oaks. Because oaks are willing to share some of their energy, we have other living things in our yard. I met a woman, Tammany Baumgarten, in New Orleans several years ago, who says we should all practice the 10-step program. Take 10 steps back from our trees and all of our insect problems will disappear. And I think that's wonderful advice. Another way to get around leaf toughness in August is to become a leaf miner. Instead of eating the tough cuticle on the upper and lower epidermis, you're going to only eat the middle of the leaf, the palisade mesophyll, the parenchymal cells. But to do that, you have to get really small and really thin. So here's this is a leaf miner. This is actually a caterpillar type of moth, and the egg was laid here. It's a serpentine leaf mine because it looks like a snake. So it hatched here. It was very small and it crawled around eating material, not much material. The little line here is it's poops, it's frass. And then it pupated here, and that's all the leaf it's going to eat. This is a blotched leaf miner. There's the caterpillar itself in there eating away. Here's what it looks like when it's backlit, and here's what it looks like with a very nice picture from Salvador Vicenza. They don't look a lot like caterpillars because of the adaptations necessary to be a leaf miner, but they are caterpillars. And when they come out as an adult, they do look like moths. They're tiny, but they look like moths. This is one of the Chamameria species that specializes on oaks, the solitary oak leaf miner, the gregarious oak leaf miner, the oak tentiform leaf miner. A lot of leaf miners on oaks in August. August is also the most dangerous time to be a caterpillar because populations of the things that eat caterpillars have built up to very high levels. This is a eumenid wasp, potter wasp, that has just stung this yellow striped oak worm. So it's now stiff as a board. It's not dead, but what it's going to do is carry that caterpillar back to its little mud wasp and stuff it in there and then lay an egg on it. And the egg will hatch and eat this caterpillar alive. So it sounds pretty gruesome, but it's actually it's nature's way of supplying refrigeration. If the wasp had killed this caterpillar, instead of just paralyzed it, it would rot before the egg even hatched. So this way, the larva has something fresh to eat. This is an egg mass of the yellowneck caterpillar that we saw earlier, shortly after it was laid. And here, right away, a tiny little wasp, a tiny little egg parasitoid comes along, and it's going to lay eggs in a lot of these eggs. And here they are hatching out several days later. So I didn't count the percentage that one wasp hit, but it was a substantial number of these eggs that were killed before the caterpillars even hatched. So these are natural enemies that keep those caterpillar populations in check. And here's another parasitoid, member of the tachinid family, tachinid flies that lay eggs on caterpillars as well. And there's a lot of species of tachinid, like thousands of them, that are keeping our caterpillars under control. This is a saddleback caterpillar. It's one of the species you don't want to pet, but it is dead 3 times over. That's a tachinid egg that hasn't hatched yet. It's going to hatch, and the larva will tunnel into this caterpillar and kill it. This is a tachinid larva that's already in there. That's its breathing tube that it has poked out through the integument because it needs air. And here's a tiny little pteromelid wasp that's laying eggs inside this saddleback caterpillar. So three ways it's going to die. It's very difficult to find a caterpillar that is not parasitized at the end of the season. This is a contracted Daytana, another oak specialist that has 4 tachinid eggs laid on it. These 3 haven't hatched yet, but this one has hatched and has already tunneled into the caterpillar, and it will kill it. This is a black blotch caesura that has figured out how to fool the tachinid. It has 3 markings on its back that look a lot like tachinid eggs. So the tachinid comes along and says, "Oh, you're already parasitized. I'm not gonna lay my eggs here because whoever's here first has a head start, and they will end up killing my larva." So it's actually nobody inside this one. It's just a marking that fools the fly. Another way to escape parasitism is to jump off your leaf and hang by a silken thread. There is a silken thread there. You can't see it, but this caterpillar is hanging there, and it'll hang there until the danger goes away. Then it crawls up and gets back on the leaf. The danger often comes from braconid wasps that are actually very clever. If they can't catch a caterpillar up here, there are species that will lean over and actually pull up the line hand over hand, and then lay an egg in the caterpillar, or they shinny down the silken thread and get the caterpillar. So caterpillar life in August is very tough. Okay, September, our final month. That's, of course, when we see crickets, the black crickets on the ground. You know, if a cricket gets in your house and starts to sing, it's good luck. But there are crickets up on trees and bushes too. They're called bush and tree crickets, and they're not black. They're typically yellow or greenish, but they're doing the same thing that the katydids are doing. The males are singing in order to attract females, and they want to sing as loud as they can to tell the female they're the best male. But these males actually are sending a false signal to the female. They're not telling her the truth. What they do is they find a hole, then they stick their head through the hole and raise their wings and rub them back and forth and make their species-specific chirping sound. And most leaves have a slight parabolic shape to them, so it projects the sound farther and louder than if he sang on a flat surface. So he's sending a false message of his size to the female. She comes and mates with them. It's hard to believe that a male would actually deceive a female like that. But, you know, maybe he's not deceiving her, because he might not be the largest male, but he might be the smartest male. And some species actually chew a hole in the leaf to allow them to do that. August is also the most likely time you're going to see walking sticks. There are various species around the country. This is one I saw on an emery oak in Arizona. They're called walking sticks because they look like sticks and they walk. They're never very common. They're usually up in the canopy, but they're curious looking insects. Okay, we have made it through the year talking about just a few of the things that happen on the oaks in your yard around the country. So I want to end by reminding you that we have a serious biodiversity crisis on planet Earth. We have two crises. We've got climate change and we've got a biodiversity crisis. But what most people don't realize is that if we had no climate change, we would still have a biodiversity crisis, because we have not shared the Earth with our fellow Earthlings. We talk about birds disappearing. We've lost 3 billion birds in the last 50 years, breeding birds. We've got global insect decline. All these things are vanishing. I love the headlines. They're not vanishing. We're killing them. We're killing our birds. We're killing our insects. That's why we're in the 6th great extinction event that the Earth has ever experienced. So it is a crisis. It's a global crisis. The good news is it has a grassroots solution. That's what we're all here for today, to enact the solution. Grassroots, you, me, everybody has a responsibility to turning this around, and we can do it. There are 4 things that every landscape has to accomplish. It has to be pulling carbon out of the atmosphere and locking it up in plant tissues. That's going to help climate change. It has to manage the watershed in which it exists. Nobody has the right to landscape in a way that destroys the local watershed. Has to support a diverse community of pollinators, not because they pollinate our agriculture or because they pollinate our crops. You hear that they pollinate 1/3 of our crops. It's really about 1/12 of our crops. And then I hear people say, well, I don't live next to a farm, so I don't need pollinators. We need pollinators everywhere because they pollinate 80% of all plants and 90% of all flowering plants. If we didn't have pollinators, we'd lose 80 to 90% of the plants on the planet, and that is not an option. And every landscape has to support a complex community or complex food web that supports the animals that run our ecosystems. When you plant an oak, you are accomplishing 3 of those 4 ecological goals. You're going to plant the best carbon capturer. You're going to manage the watershed the best. You're going to support the most complex food web of any plant out there. The only thing you're not going to do better than other plants is support a diverse community of pollinators, because oaks are wind pollinated. Even though there's increasing evidence that pollinators do use oak pollen, they don't move it. They don't pollinate with it. So 3 out of 4 is pretty good. Right, despite all their landscape attributes, our oaks are in trouble these days. The old giants are gone from our forests for the most part. We cut them down to make room for agriculture or to get their wood. In the East, the percentage of oaks in our eastern forests has been cut in half in the last century. We used fire management. The Native Americans used fire management for thousands of years, literally, and it increased the percentage of oaks in our forests. And then the Europeans came and said, no more of that. And we've also introduced serious oak pests. You've got sudden oak death syndrome and some other diseases in the West. We've got gypsy moth, which is now spongy moth, by the way. We've got bacterial leaf scorch. We've got oak wilt. These diseases and pests are hammering our oak forests. And we have habitat fragmentation. Remember, oaks are wind pollinated. If we separate them by distances beyond which the pollen can reach, then the reproduction is terrible. And because of all those things, 28 of our 91 North American oak species are threatened. 1/3 of the global oaks are endangered. The Oregon white oak, Quercus garryana, grows from Central California right up through Washington State, has lost 97% of its range because it loves to grow where we put agriculture. So down they come. There are 2,300 species that rely on oaks in Great Britain that are threatened because of the loss of oaks in Great Britain. And we can go around the world with the same types of statistics everywhere. So we humans live our lives out in a very brief instant of ecological time, and we cannot right all these wrongs in that time. We cannot put those giants back into our landscapes, but we can start the process. And in no time at all, the oaks that we plant today or yesterday will become big enough to start to fulfill their keystone roles in our landscapes. Everybody on the planet is responsible for good earth stewardship because everybody requires good earth stewardship. And the best way to exercise your responsibility for earth stewardship is to embrace the power of oaks. So for the sake of our turkeys, our chickadees, our woodpeckers, our warblers, our jays, our thrushes, our nododonid caterpillars, our lightning bugs, our galls, our weevils, our orthopterans, us, for our own sake. Plant an oak, plant a living community, plant the future. Thanks very much.
All right, Doug. Well, thank you very much. I loved that you ended with what we can do ourselves to help. It seems like there are so many things that we can't do, but it's nice to know that the things that we can do. And we had a lot of questions, as you can imagine, in the chat. So I think if someone is watching now and they want to know, right, I'm fired up, I want to get an oak. What do they do? Like go to their local nursery and look for the smallest local oak they can find, check out the native plant nurseries and ask for a small one?
Well, that's one thing you can do. More often than not, you'll be disappointed. There are a lot of nurseries that don't carry that many oaks, and they really do focus on the large ones so they can make a lot of money. I don't blame them. There are some states that actually have oak acorn giveaways. I don't know what's happening in the West, but I think Virginia does it and a few others, but that's a once a year thing. The problem with acorns is they germinate. So you can't do long-term seed storage. It's got to be a yearly event. So the supply of small oaks is small itself. And the easiest thing is go get your own acorns. That's just not that hard. Now you have to wait till the fall, but somewhere near you, oaks are dropping acorns. You get them. If it's in the white oak group, you plant them right away. I would put them in a pot so it can germinate that fall, then protect them all winter from rodents that'll get into your pot and dig them up, and then plant it in the spring. Or if it's the red oak group, I would put them in peat moss in a Ziploc bag with a little bit of moisture and put them in your refrigerator for the winter because they don't germinate until the springtime, and then you can plant them out. That's the easiest thing to do. But nurserymen that are listening out there is a market for small oaks, so take advantage.
Right, and somebody posted that they thought the Watershed Nursery had small oaks. So I think it could only be helpful to just be asking your local nurseries, whether it's a native plant nursery or one of the more conventional nurseries, to carry small oaks, because if people began requesting it, maybe that's something that would become available over time.
This year in Portland, last year in Portland, it was a mast year for Oregon oak. I told my grandkids to collect as many acorns as they can, then plant them and sell them in the spring for $5 each. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe you can go to Portland and buy one from my grandkids.
Well, or people here could do the same thing. I know if you have oaks, you tend to have plenty of oaks because you get the seedlings popping up on your property. So offering them to the neighbors or planting them in a spot that looks like it could use oak could be an idea. People asked about what small oaks are available in California. So let me say that tomorrow we have a talk by Frederic Lavoie-Pierre on our own local California oaks and the butterflies and moths and other creatures that depend upon them. So you could tune in for that. But also there's the leather oak, the tan oak, the scrub oak. And to find oaks specific to your area, people can go onto Calscape, put in your address and your zip code, and Calscape will tell you what oaks grow naturally in your area. Anything more to say on small oaks, Doug?
No, but I'll pat Calscape on the back. I wish every state has had a resource that good. These are geo-referenced locations for every species of plant that occurs in California. It's just a tremendous resource.
Yeah, we're
I
very
would just, Kathy and Doug, chime in that our local nurseries, I just checked a few, East Bay Wilds, and people are putting in the chat, Watershed Nursery, they all carry oaks. And I saw that for sure East Bay Wilds has a bunch of scrub oaks, which is one of the local shorter oaks. So we'll put the link to the list of local nurseries in the chat.
Great, great.
There were some questions about pruning oaks, topping oaks, thinning oaks. Is it like for aesthetic or view purposes? Is that something that you would like strongly oppose, or is it something that you feel like doesn't really matter that much?
I am not an arborist, and an arborist will tell you all the reasons why you need to prune your trees. I do know that it's dangerous in terms of exposing them to those diseases. So for example, oak wilt, the best way to give your oak wilt is to prune it during any time when the leaf material is green. So if you hadn't pruned it, it wouldn't be in danger. Pruning it for a reason, because it's hitting a wire or something, sure, that makes sense. You want to prune it when it's dormant if you can, but most of the time I'd say it doesn't need it. It's just something we like to do.
Okay. People have asked a few questions about leaves. So what would you say that people should just leave their leaves alone, or should they like rake them up and move them around their yard or compost them? What should people do with their leaves?
Well, the reason people rake leaves in the East is because they're on their lawn and they don't want them to hurt their lawn. Now, fortunately, you Californians are learning lawn not so good, and you're having less lawn. And that's probably not a major reason to move leaves around. But if you do have lawn, you want to get them off the lawn, then you put them in your flower beds. I have been told by Californians, no, we can't do that. It's going to burn the house down. And I don't know what to say about that, but it'd be great to find some kind of a compromise where the ground is not bare. It's just very hard on the living organisms there. But you are allowed to move them around. Yeah. People that run them through a lawnmower to mulch them, you of course have just killed everything that's in the leaf litter, but you're at least returning the nutrients to the soil if you blow it back on your property. So, I get it that life is full of trade-offs, and doing trade-offs once in a while is fine.
All right. So we had some questions about what to plant under oaks. And I want to say that the first garden that we're going to go and visit today is a 5-acre lot in the Oakland Hills that has an extensive oak woodland with a nearly intact native understories. If you want to see the kinds of plants that naturally grow under oaks, you can join us, stay with us for the first garden. Also, you could look at the plant list in Oakland. It's the Harper-Baird Garden. You can see the plants that they have under their oaks. Let's see. So, Doug, I guess you would say that our motto should be something like a chicken in every pot and an oak on every lot. Is that right?
Yeah, I like that. Can I quote you?
You can. And Franklin Delano. Okay, so somebody asked about eucalyptus leaves and non-native plant leaves, and if they should also leave those leaves on the ground for.
Well, no, that's a different story. Eucalyptus is highly flammable. Certainly the bark chips are, the tree itself is. I don't know how many of those oils remain in the leaves, but it's a different story with non-native leaf material, particularly eucalyptus, which they're very tough leaves because they're often filled with allelochemicals that can't be used by our local detritivores. So I know many Californians love the eucalyptus, but ecologically, I can't think of very many good things to say about it.
Neither. I have a question, and that is, do you have any suggestions for getting oaks and other native trees on city-approved tree lists? They're the list that cities will provide a tree to you, or they'll only let you plant in your parking strip or whatever. It would be great if instead of there being, primarily or only non-native plants, they were primarily or only native plants. Can you have any ideas on that?
Yeah, this is going to take some convincing. What we need to do is we can ask them point blank, what are the reasons you are not planting oaks? And when they say, well, they're too big, they're too this, they're too that, then we find oaks that aren't doing that and say, here are alternatives that relieve you of those concerns. And then they've run out of excuses not to do it. Because they'll often give you reasons of why an oak won't live there and whatever they come up with. Many of the city tree lists that are used all over the country were established a long time ago. There are nurseries that supply these things. They depend on it, and the city officials are very reluctant to interfere with that pipeline. But we're just trying to change the inventory. We want to get more trees into our urban spaces. And there's really no reason why we can't move more towards natives. The idea that only non-natives will grow in our cities is just totally absurd.
I want to chime in there with kind of a success note from San Leandro, because I actually recently got a street tree, a native, a live coast oak, coast live oak. And the city planted it, and I talked to them and said, well, so why not more oaks? And they literally said, well, yeah, why not? And I heard you say in the presentation that oaks are also sequestering a lot of carbon, have some climate advantages. And I think that's a lot on cities' minds. So in order to motivate more cities to get oaks and native oaks on the tree lists, what can we say about the superior climate advantages? Do you have some notes on that, Doug?
Well, they are the best carbon sequesters. They live a long time. They're very dense. They're very heavy. That's made of carbon. But again, they're also pumping carbon into the soil. So it's not just that they're massive and going to hold the carbon for a long, long time. That's a big part of it. But they're also pumping it into the soil. Now, other plants do that as well. But yes, we want to get as much carbon out of the atmosphere. We have chopped down more than half of the forests on the planet. And a third of the carbon that is up in the atmosphere right now comes from the plants that we have cut down. That carbon eventually goes right up in the air. If we replaced all those forests, we'd pull a third of the carbon out. And that's why you've got the trillion tree initiative around the globe. If you're going to plant those trees and you choose the right species, you're addressing climate change and the biodiversity crisis at the same time. So plant choice matters. And if the city is planting trees, choose the right ones.
Maybe if I may, just since we're talking about, roots and bringing the carbon into the soil and oaks having these deep roots, pushing a lot in there. I heard about the mycorrhizae relationship, especially with oaks. In fact, when I planted my street tree oak, I shoveled some soil over from my existing old oak because I thought I'd, inoculate a little bit. What can you share about that?
That's exactly right. You inoculate the soil from an existing plant that already has good mycorrhizal relationships, and they will spread. Mycorrhizae spread a lot easier than we think. I tried to do an experiment way back in the 80s. I can't remember the question I was asking, but this was controlled in the greenhouse, and some pots had mycorrhizae and other pots were supposed to have none. And a plant physiologist came along and said, well, how are you going to keep the mycorrhizae out of the pots, your controls, out of your controls? And I said, well, I'm not putting it in. He said, well, they're floating in the air. There's spores all over the place, floating in the air. They're going to get in there. And that convinced me right away that our soils are being inoculated a lot more easily than you would be led to believe. But the very fast way to do it is to transfer some just the humus from underneath the tree that exists of the species you're talking about, and you will move those mycorrhizae.
And about the parking strips, it seems like the toughest spot any oak would want to grow, right? Because it's really dense.
It's not a very big planting space.
Would you still think it's an opportunity for getting more oaks out there?
It depends on how much soil there is. You don't want to put them in situations where they are going to die, because then somebody's going to say, see, they don't last. We give our trees just a few square feet of space in our cities. That's ridiculous. And that's because cement is our default landscape. It doesn't have to be. So I do want to use oaks every place, but do it where it makes sense.
I'm wondering if some of the taller shrubs could make it to city tree lists, like so the bigger manzanitas or the bigger ceanothus. Like, is there something that makes a tree, or would some of these tall shrubs fit the bill as well?
I think they absolutely should be on those lists. Ceanothus is a very powerful plant. It's the best shrub you have in California in terms of supporting caterpillars and things. So why not? It doesn't, canopy tree that's throwing shade, that's great. But if you don't have the space for it, put in a shrub.
So I see somebody posted that the San Francisco chapter of the California Native Plant Society has an small oak giveaway program. So you could contact them, and if you live in San Francisco, see what they have to offer. And Stefanie and Jessica, feel free and leap in here and help me sort through some of these questions for the last few minutes if you can. Can you respond, Doug, to do we need to worry about oak trees and fire danger in California, or is that really kind of a red herring because we're surrounded by eucalyptus anyway?
Well, yes, your eucalyptus are a fire hazard, but I have been told by knowledgeable Californians that particularly your live oaks are excellent at intercepting flying embers. If you really do have a canopy fire that's going crazy, and those are the ones that cause the problems, and you have a buffer of of oaks around your house, they're going to prevent those embers from hitting your house as opposed to encouraging it, because they're just not that flammable. So based on that, I'd say, well, get the oaks in there and they will actually protect you from fire. They're not going to encourage it.
I want to say too that I'll be giving a presentation, gosh, I think it's today, on the best plants for sunny areas. And we planted an oak in front of our house, my husband and I, 25 years ago, and it was 6 inches tall, and it's now probably 30 feet tall. And it's a magnificent tree in front of our house. And our son was a baby and now he's in college. Like, just in that time period, we have this like amazing, beautiful oak in front of our house. It didn't seem to really take long.
How much did it cost?
Oh, probably $5. I bought it from the California Native Plant Society in a tiny little pot, a 1-gallon pot.
There you go.
Somebody asked about moving small oaks. Like, I guess people could look around their neighborhoods too, because if one has an oak, you tend to have a lot of other oaks popping up around it. So that could be a way to salvage a small oak. Any tips on salvaging an oak? You have to dig deep to get that taproot, or?
Yeah, you want to do it as soon as you can. So as soon as it pops up in your flower bed, you're going to have better survivorship. You'd be surprised that an oak that maybe it's only 12 inches tall, you say, oh, it's a baby. It might be 10 years old, that has been waiting, and it's in a terrible place and it's growing really slowly. And it might have a very tough root system to transplant. So if the easiest time, and I do certainly favor this, is that first year. As soon as they pop up, that's the time to move them.
And then go ahead, Stefanie.
Yeah, just a question about those galls you mentioned in the presentation and how they're beneficial to oaks. Why is that?
The galls.
Mm-hmm, galls.
I don't think I said they were beneficial to the oaks. It's one of the insects that is using oaks, and the oaks, they've come up with a compromise, and that's what the gall is. And the compromise is, here's a It's essentially a boring insect that's going to bore through plant tissues, but the gall confines it to one place, and the oak actually pumps food into that place, and the gall is not going to go anywhere. It's not going to mess up the vascular system of the plant. But if the oak had a choice, it probably would say, I'd rather not have the galler. It doesn't have a choice. So this is a compromise between the galler and the oak itself. There's an interesting case in St. Louis where there's something called the horned gall, and it really loves pin oaks. Well, St. Louis is doing a couple of things wrong. They've got massive pin oak populations. I mean, it's about the only oak they planted. So right away, the galler has a monoculture of what it likes. And they also spray heavily for mosquitoes. They go down the streets and they fog for mosquitoes. And so right now they're having this horned gall outbreak where the trees have so many galls and it's really affecting the trees. What can we do about it? The galls are terrible. I think they've killed all of the parasitoids that control those galls with that mosquito spray. So, if you're using mosquito spray, I don't think you do too much of this in California, but if you do, it doesn't just kill mosquitoes. It kills everything that it comes in contact with, particularly the natural enemies. So you do need those natural enemies to keep your galls in check. Your gallers in check.
Oh, and I guess you would suggest if someone is planting an oak and they don't feel like they could have 3 of them in their property, at least they could be planting some substantial native shrubs like ceanothus or manzanita next to them to help with the support and the root intertwining.
Yes, absolutely. It doesn't have to be the same species by any means.
Couple questions were
last questions. Go ahead, see what you can find.
Yeah, just about water and sewer lines, and with that taproot, the deep root. Any comments on if oaks are worse for, say, sewage lines than other street trees? Is that an argument against them, or trees in your garden too? Yeah,
it's not really a taproot. It seems like a taproot early on, but they go laterally. So the big oaks. There was a group in Europe that were digging up the root system of Quercus robar, the English oak, to see how far out it went. And they got three times the width of the canopy. And this was a mature tree. So it was over 300 feet. And they gave up because the roots just kept going. So those roots go a long way, and they're going laterally, not down. And they do bang into things. So that can be an issue. If you have a septic system, you probably don't want to put an oak over the septic system. We need to look at the glass half full. How can we make oaks work instead of looking at all the reasons that they're not going to work? We can find places for our oaks. Sometimes we have to work at it a little bit. If you've got a lot of infrastructure and sewer lines and everything, plant a small oak. They're not going to have giant root systems.
And I guess one would have the same objection to planting any tree at all. So if we plant a tree, we should be planting our own local trees, and then the oaks specifically.
Exactly.
So I think I'll say then, Doug, thank you so much for joining us again this year. It was great to have you. It was a terrific and very motivating talk. And I hope we see a lot more oaks going in people's gardens and in our on our city street tree lists because of it.
I do too. And thanks again for doing this, Kathy.
You're welcome. Have a nice day, Dr. Tallamy. Okay, so that was wonderful. I am going to share my screen now. Let's see here, and what's happening? Why is it not working for me, Mike? Am I in the wrong place? All right, so I'm going to be sharing my screen in just a moment. All right, there we go. So I'll be talking now for a moment about a study that was done comparing traditional gardens to native plant gardens. And if you weren't convinced by Doug's talk just now to include oaks and other native plants in your gardens, I hope that this next bit of information will send you over the edge. So the city of Santa Monica conducted a 9-year-long study. It was called Garden/Garden. which compared the water use, the green waste generation, and the number of maintenance hours between a traditional garden, which had a lawn and Mediterranean climate plants, and a native plant garden. And here you can see the two gardens, which were side by side in downtown Santa Monica. They were city offices. And here are the results of the study. On the left, in blue, is the amount of water that was used by the traditional garden. On the right, in blue, is the amount of water used by the native plant garden in the same time period. You can see the native plant garden used about 80% less water than the traditional garden did. I just have to say, I saw that the Santa Clara, they're asking now for people to water their gardens only twice a week instead of 3 times a week. But I don't water my native plant garden, my mature garden in the backyard at all. And I'm watering my newly planted native plant garden in the front twice a month. So the middle column in green is the amount of green waste each garden generated. So what green waste translates into is either you mowing every week and pruning your garden, or you're paying someone else to do that. The right side in green shows how much less green waste is generated in a native plant garden. And you can see that the traditional garden generated about twice as much green waste as the native plant garden did. Finally, the purple shows the number of maintenance hours required to maintain each garden. So when the people with the traditional garden are spending 80 hours working in their yards or paying someone to do that for them, the people with the native plant garden on the right are spending just 15 hours to maintain theirs. So in summary, this study showed that the native plant garden used 80% less water, generated half the green waste, and required 70% less maintenance than the traditional garden. And this brings us to the East Bay Municipal Utility District's lawn removal rebate program. EBMUD has a terrific new super rebate program where you can double your rebate and receive up to $1.50 a square foot for removing your lawn and replanting your garden with California native plants. Sustainable landscaping, like the gardens seen on this tour, are critical for water conservation. If you still have a lawn and are thinking of making the switch, you can check out EBMUD's landscape rebates. The new super rebate is $1.50 a square foot, and that's double the standard rebate amount. To get a super rebate, you must be in the district service area, use best practices, including sheet mulching to remove the lawn, adding compost to replenish the soil, choosing a majority of California native plants. So I have to applaud East Bay Med for being the first water district that I know of that will incentivize people to plant native plants. You must plant in the cool season from September through February. So this is a great time to plan now and plant later. If you already have a garden, EBMUD has updated their mulch coupons, which are available for use at local nurseries. And you can check out the super rebate and mulch coupons and other ways you can save outdoors and inside your home by visiting ebmud.com/watersmart. So I'll be talking now about the 10 best native keystone species for sunny areas in the San Francisco Bay Area. A quote from Doug Tallamy: "By including native plants in our gardens, we can create life, and by using non-native plants, we can prevent it." So I'm sure you're dying to know what our own local keystone species are. And my husband and I made this graph. So on the left are our local native plants that are easy to find in native plant nurseries. They're easy to grow. The number on the bottom of the graph is the number of species of butterflies and moths that can lay eggs on that plant. So these keystone species include oaks. They're on the left. 270 species of lepidopterans, or butterflies and moths, can lay their eggs on them. Manzanitas, California lilac, lupins, and I'll be talking about these plants and more in this presentation, and I'll be talking about shady keystone plants tomorrow. The data used to make this graph was provided by Doug Tallamy, and the research was done here on our own plants in the Bay Area. On the right are non-native plants that are commonly found in home gardens. As you can see on the right, plants that have zero value to wildlife include lawn, ginkgos, crepe myrtles, Australian tea trees, ice plant, red hot pokers, periwinkle, agapanthus, and sweet alyssum. Plants that have almost no value to wildlife include eucalyptus, cotoneaster, tree of heaven, acacia, impatiens, and forget-me-nots. If you have these plants in your garden, you might consider replacing them with native plants that help support wildlife. So let's talk now about what the best plants for wildlife are. So oaks are powerhouses. Let me see, I passed. Okay. So oaks are powerhouses for ecological sustainability. As Doug just said, 270 species of butterflies and moths can lay their eggs on oaks here in California. Oaks not only help wildlife, but a mature tree will help you keep your house cool in the summer, and it will also raise your property value. And you may be thinking, well, but I don't have a mature tree like this. And I wanted to change. Oaks are so important. I wanted to show you another slide. So this is my own front yard. And no, we don't always have an outhouse out front, but we did at that time. So this is the oak on the left-hand side of our driveway, and there's a buckeye on the right. My husband and I planted the oak 25 years ago, but it was just 6 inches tall. We planted the buckeye 22 years ago from a seed. So you can see that it doesn't take long to grow out beautiful, large native trees. And these trees are such a pleasure. I was just saying this morning to our team here working on the program that as I was looking out the window over my computer screen, we saw 2 orioles in the buckeye right outside of our window. All right, so here's California lilac, and they're some of our most fragrant and colorful shrubs. These are keystone species for sunny areas, you remember. Our California native lilacs are evergreen. They provide the garden with structure and stability throughout the year. Their purple-blue flowers are magnets for butterflies and native bees. California lilacs are available as ground covers and mid-sized shrubs, and some forms can reach 20 feet in height. 117 species of lepidopterans can lay their eggs on California lilac. So this is a shrub that I've been wondering, the taller ones like Ray Hartman and other tall species, if they could not be used as street trees in parking strips or, in front yards. They get 20 feet tall, they're beautiful, and they're great for wildlife. Here's the silver bush lupin. This evergreen perennial silver bush lupin is one of my favorite native plants. It's showy, fragrant, it's beautiful. Silver bush lupin blooms from spring to August. The flowers are light blue to violet. They're lovely against the silver white leaves. 75 species of butterflies and moths can lay their eggs on silver bush lupin. We'll go now to manzanitas. Along with California lilac, manzanitas are the workhorses of the garden. Manzanitas are evergreen. They have gorgeous bark. They're lovely in all seasons. And manzanitas are early bloomers. Their delicate urn-shaped flowers appear in late winter or early spring and provide benefits to native bees and hummingbirds that are looking for sustenance at that time of year. Like the California lilac, manzanitas can be found in all sizes, from prostrate forms to tall shrubs. The photo on the left was taken in Al Kyte's garden in Moraga, and you could see this garden on May the 1st. 68 species of butterflies and moths can lay their eggs on manzanitas. So we'll talk about the buckwheats now. This is a mix of our locally native cream-colored naked buckwheat and the rosy buckwheat, which is from the Channel Islands. Buckwheat flowers appear in dense clusters. They last a long time, and when they're done blooming, they turn a beautiful rust or chocolate color that brings interest to the garden in fall. Buckwheats tend to bloom in the summer and early fall, so they help stretch out the color in your garden. Buckwheats attract butterflies, bees, birds, and they're deer resistant. 56 species of butterflies and moths can lay their eggs on buckwheat. The coyote brush is fast-growing, evergreen, deer-resistant, an excellent habitat plant, as it offers food and shelter to a wide variety of insects. It can be found in a ground cover form or as a shrub. The shrub makes a good hedge. 38 species of lepidopterans, which is the shortcut term for butterflies and moths, can lay eggs on coyote brush. This is one of my favorite plants too. I just love coyote brush. This path is lined with penstemon, a long-lived perennial that bears showy violet flowers on long spikes. Penstemon is blooming in my yard right now. 30 species of lepidopterans can lay their eggs on penstemon. So here are photos of non-native ornamentals: cosmos, hot lip sage, pride of Madeira, lavender. You might have these or other non-native ornamentals in your own garden, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, I have a lot of non-native ornamentals in my garden and the butterflies and bees love them. And the analogy that comes to my mind is, well, what if you and I could have all the free coffee at Starbucks that we wanted, but we couldn't reproduce? We would soon have a population crash also. As Doug Tallamy pointed out, butterflies and moths can only lay their eggs on certain specific and really very few kinds of plants. It's not a shortage of nectar that's a problem for them. It's places to reproduce. So you've probably heard of Marie Kondo and her Does It Spark Joy method of decluttering a home. I hope that after this morning's talk, you'll take a Marie Kondo look at your own garden and ask yourself, does this non-native ornamental give me joy? If it does, then keep it. And if it does not, then consider replacing it with a California native plant that will provide food, shelter, and nesting areas for wildlife. If you've heard any of Doug's other talks, and you can by going to the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel, and there's a Doug Tallamy talk pinned to the top, he said that for birds to successfully reproduce, they need 70% native plant cover in a garden. And that's in order to provide them with enough caterpillars to feed their babies, so they're not spending so much time flying around looking for food. When birds do nest in gardens that have less native plant cover than that, their nestings are not as successful as they should be. They have higher mortality in their chicks. They lay fewer eggs. The chicks have lower birth weights. All the bad things happen when creatures try to reproduce in suboptimal areas. So really, one of the things that we can all do right away is just start planting or planting native plants in our own gardens. So if you're wondering where to buy native plants, you can check out the nonprofit Native Here Nursery in Berkeley. Local native plants provide the best habitat for our local wildlife. And let me say, I don't see Noah here on our speakers panel, but if he's around, we should probably bring him up because he's next. Native Here is run by volunteers. You can contact Native Here to see how you can join their knowledgeable team, learn about local California native plants that will do well in your own garden, and help Native Here achieve its mission of restoring local gardens and parklands. We'd like to thank our sponsor, Native Here Nursery, your source for locally native plants in Alameda and Contra Costa counties, for supporting the tour. Native Here is an all-volunteer project of the California Native Plant Society's East Bay chapter and is dedicated to growing plants from ethically collected seed and cuttings from Alameda and Contra Costa counties. You can visit Native Here online at nativeherenursery.org for information about gardening with locally native plants, ordering plants for curbside pickup if you'd like to do that, or you can learn what hours you can shop in person. You can contact them through their website, nativeherenursery.org, or send questions to them that way, or offer to volunteer. So let's go now. My slides will advance to visit our first garden. And there we go. So this is Carol Baird and Alan Harper's garden. Contains an extensive oak woodland. This garden is maintained by Noah Miller of Our Vital Land. I would like to thank Maurice Phillips, who made the video that we'll be seeing about this garden, and Jason Bull, who took the drone footage. So for those of you who are wondering what you could plant under our native oaks, this plant list from the Harper-Baird Garden will show you, and also some of the plants we'll be seeing today. You can visit this beautiful garden on Saturday, April the 30th, during the in-person tour when the Bayside Gardens are open. So longtime friends and garden tour supporters, Carol Baird and Alan Harper, live on a 5-acre lot in the Oakland Hills. This property has a majestic oak bay woodland with a thriving, diverse understory of native plants. Starting in 2003, they began weeding out invasive non-natives and allowing native plants to move back in. So here's a photo of a trillium that's growing in their oak woodland. In May, variable checker spot, swallowtail, and other butterflies are frequently seen, as are alligator and western fence lizards, and a variety of native bees. Commonly seen birds include Anna's hummingbirds, Hutton's vireos, and an orange-crowned warblers. But western tanagers and even a pileated woodpecker have been spotted, as one year so was this baby quail. So let's go now and meet with Noah Miller, who tends the garden. Hi, Noah. How are you?
Hi, fine. How are you, Kathy?
Good. Thanks for joining us today. So how long have you been working on Alan and Carol's property?
I think it's about 7 years at this point.
Oh, wow.
And that's such a privilege to be able to work on one garden for such a long time and get to see it change and grow.
And such a beautiful one as well.
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say to people before we launch into your video?
I would say that, most people don't have 5 acres of oak woodland to work with, but there are, I still think, so many things that can be learned from what grows in this garden. And so I hope you'll just enjoy it. And I do hope that you'll come visit. If you're local, I hope you'll come visit in person in a couple of weeks. And I want to say a big thank you before we see the video to Maurice for making such a fabulous video.
Yeah, she did. All right, well, let's go look at the video then.
Welcome to the garden. Much of this garden is oak woodland. Coast live oaks, bay laurels, and the occasional madrone grow on these north-facing slopes where they aren't exposed to the full drying heat of the sun.
Coast live oak and bay laurel create a lush woodland habitat in the Oakland Hills.
Much of the garden faces north, so during a good part of the year, some areas barely get any direct sunlight at all, and others get a little. The dense canopy of the oaks makes things even shadier.
The bay laurel has yellow flowers in winter, specifically evolved to protect the pollen from getting wet, and thus providing nectar for bees during the rainy season. In fall, its fruits resemble small avocados. The large nut inside can be roasted and taste like coffee. The evergreen canopy provides year-round shade for the abundance of understory plants growing here.
There are several native plants that grow naturally in this kind of environment, like some of our ferns. The western sword fern stays at least partly green year-round. The wood fern and the little goldback fern, which I love for its shape and for that strikingly bright surface when you turn the leaf over, all of them put out lush green growth after the winter rains. And by the time we're in the depth of our summer drought, they've pretty much dried up into a crisp. But below ground, they are ready to start again next winter. We find goldbacks and maidenhairs showing up in parts of the oak woodland where there's a bit more moisture, but where the water can move through the soil. Like they love the steep little slopes that are formed by our trails cutting into the hillside. So if you plant them in your garden, I'd try to give them similar conditions. A nice, relatively moist, steep slope to cling to out of the sun.
Over 40 species of native plants make up the understory here. This lush diversity begins to come to life each year as the soil receives moisture from winter rains. It peaks in spring as the soil dries out, seeds ripen, and many plants turn brown and are dormant until the next rainy season.
Some other things that emerge from their underground reserves in the early months of the year. Wild cucumber, also called manroot, because its underground structure can be as big or bigger than a person. It sends up gorgeous vines decorated with these fantastic white or yellowish flowers, depending on the exact species, and awesome curly cues of tendrils that let it climb up structures in your garden. It makes these super cool spiky cucumbers. And one of my absolute favorite understory shrubs is osoberry. It flowers in the late winter or early spring, and is not the showiest, but the flowers are charming, and they're followed up by lime green new leaves. Since oaks are the hub of the community of living things here, we have to keep ourselves informed about sudden oak death and do what we can to prevent its spread. Sudden oak death has killed huge numbers of oaks, tan oaks, and other plants in California. During rainstorms, the pathogen travels in splashes of water from the leaves of infected bay laurels to the trunks of nearby oaks. The oaks can get infected through other vectors too, but bay trees are by far the main culprit. For this reason, we remove new bay trees that sprout in the garden. But we also have several majestic older bay trees which we've chosen to keep, so we try to protect the oaks in some additional ways. That includes following the treatment protocols developed by UC Berkeley's plant pathology lab. We inject the most prominent oaks with a substance that has been shown to boost their resistance to the pathogen, at least for a while. With years of carefully timed, thorough weeding, we've been able to bring back the natives, as it were, to this slope. On the hot south-facing side, purple needlegrass dominates, mixed with California sagebrush which we cut to the ground every couple years to keep it small, and coyote brush, which we keep in check because it does like to take over, and the occasional monkey flower, and some other things. On the more northern-facing part of the slope, we get beautiful melic grasses and more little herbaceous plants like blue-eyed grass, ferns, and yerba buena. Sometimes we see pipevine swallowtails on the buckeye trees. So basically what we do out here is we take out invasive annual grasses, and for the most part it's pretty easy to distinguish between these European grasses that got introduced like this milky oat and our native bunch grasses like this purple needlegrass, because the oats will just come right out. They have a really shallow root system, and if I try to tug on this purple needlegrass, come up here and get a close picture. So, okay, here's oat, comes right out. Tug on the needlegrass, it won't really come out. So they have deep root systems that go down several feet. So we take out the oats, we take out thistles, invasive thistles, and some other things that are sucking up the moisture and competing for space, shading out our natives, and that gives the natives a fighting chance. So we have a bunch of purple needlegrass that has come back in here, a lot of soaproot, some blue-eyed grass, and melic grass. We've got a number of great native plants on this slope. There's lots more restoration to do on this grassy slope, but it's gratifying to see how much progress we've been able to make. I'm thankful to Lynn Talkowski, who set the whole thing in motion, and more recently to Glenn Schneider of Skyline Gardens, who has taught me a lot about how to do and think about this kind of project.
Hi, I'm Alan Harper. I live here. Got a background in zoology, a PhD in zoology, and spend a lot of time in Baja, California. Actually, I'm working right now on a plant field guide. Carol and I lived in the neighborhood for now almost 35 years. Told me about this lot that I didn't even know was for sale. I thought it was park, and she said, go buy the lot and build a house.
Acorns from the live oak are a mainstay for many animals. Trees provide excellent habitat for insects, birds, rodents, reptiles, and mammals.
Not all of the garden is oak woodland. Some areas blend natives and exotics. For example, Heuchera maxima, a version of coral bells from California's Channel Islands, and our local heucheras work well in borders and mixed plantings in parts of the garden that don't get too much heat. One of the great things about this garden is that sometimes we discover new things on the property. So for example, just this year, we found this beautiful checker lily growing on the slope here. We had never seen one of these here before. It just showed up. Thanks a bunch for taking time to learn about our garden. I hope you enjoy the rest of the virtual Bringing Back the Natives tour.
So Noah, that was terrific. Thank you very much. And let's see what questions are coming in. And while we're looking for them, so I'm wondering, you have about 40 species or so of native plants. Like, are there any favorite plants of yours from the Alan and Carol's?
Oh yeah. Well, I'll talk for a second about I really love fragrances, and there are a few plants that I love just brushing up against in this garden. So of course we have the bay trees, which, as I mentioned, have a problematic relationship with the live oaks, but boy, the smell of those bay leaves when you're working with them is just fantastic. And then the fragrant pitcher sage also got a couple of images in that slideshow, in that video, and it really lives up to its name. It smells so good, as well as the hummingbird sage, which is a popular sage with magenta towers of flowers. So those are some really lovely smelling plants, and I'm really drawn to those.
And beautiful ferns. You have a number of different kinds of ferns there, don't you?
Yes. Yeah. So as I was saying, that it's pretty shady under these oaks, and one thing that does okay with that shade is the ferns, and we have 4 or 5 different species that show up in different places. One that I didn't mention was the western chain fern. It's a gigantic fern, can be, I don't know, 6 or 8 feet across, and that was planted. It's not native to the site. It tends to like sort of areas near streams and but it's doing okay without a stream in our garden. So yeah, ferns are a big part of the greenery, and without irrigation, like I say, they do get kind of crispy and brown in the fall, but that's part of the cycle of the garden.
So What advice would you have for someone who feels like, okay, I'm fired up after Doug Tallamy's talk. I want to plant an oak. I want to start my own native plant garden. Do you have any tips for how people can, of course, we're not going to be living on a 5-acre lot in the Oakland Hills, but how can we create our own like beautiful native habitat in our smaller lots?
One thing that I would recommend doing is going out and taking some walks in whatever your closest natural area is, wildland area is, and just start noticing what's growing around, and start to think like a plant a little bit. If you stand outside your house and start to notice what time of day is the sun coming through, and where is the water flowing in this garden, and then you go out into the parks and so forth and see what happens in areas that get similar sun exposure and water. Then you probably are going to have better luck choosing plants that are going to thrive in your garden, it also really plugs you in better to the land that you're on. I also, of course, recommend talking to the knowledgeable folks at, say, Native Here Nursery or Oaktown Nursery or East Bay Wilds, who can really help steer you in the right direction.
So, well, thank you for that segue. So I always recommend that people check out the Find a Designer list on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website. So if you're thinking, well, gosh, I just don't walk, out in local native areas and know my plants, you can hire somebody who can help you make good decisions about what plants will do well in your yard, and what will look nice, and when to plant them, and how far apart, and so on. So the Find a Designer list is on the tour's website, about halfway down on the left-hand side. Somebody just asked me about the plant list for the garden we've just seen, and that is also on the tour's website. So if you go to today's agenda, you can link over, click on Alan Harper and Carol Baird, and you'll link over to their garden, and their plant list is there. Or you could view the 2022 gardens in Oakland, and you'll see their plant list there with a full description of this garden. So let's see, Noah, have you had sudden oak death on the oaks on this property?
It's hard to say whether we've had it on the oaks, but we do know that some of the bay trees have had it, which means that the oaks are in danger. So I'll recommend folks to participate in this citizen science project called SOD Blitz, Sudden Oak Death Blitz, which results in the SOD map. And that's run by the UC Berkeley lab that really focuses on sudden oak death. They will give you kits to go out and collect bay leaves, and then they test them, and what comes out of that is a very useful map that shows exactly where Phytophthora ramorum, the sudden oak death pathogen, has been detected in the area.
Okay, and then people, if you might want to look at your chats, Robin Mitchell, our excellent garden ambassador on YouTube, just put up a link to the Sudden Oak Death Blitz website, so you can get that website there. Elizabeth Airy asked, where can I find out more about the substance that you are injecting into the trees?
Also, I'm sure on that website, if the link is to suddenoakdeath.org, they've got a diagnosis and management, best management practices page there. Okay.
And let's see, someone asked about fire and fire management. I want to point out that if you look at the garden description for this garden, which is Carol Baird and Alan Harper in Oakland, you'll see that Alan is giving a talk on fire management on the day of the tour on Saturday, April the 30th. There'll also be an ethnobotany talk, and there's one other talk that I can't remember. And Alan, who is an author, one of the co-authors of a recently published book on the flora of Baja will be selling his book if that's what people have an interest in. But let me circle back to fire. So can you talk about the fire management strategies that you've been working on?
Yeah. Well, so one part of the video that you just saw was a big grassy slope. And before Alan and Carol moved in, that was mostly covered up by coastal shrub kind of plants. So a lot of coyote brush and poison oak and some sagebrush, big shrubs. And the fire department required them to create a defensible space down that slope, about 100 feet down the slope. And so they mowed it down as was required by the fire department. And that was really sort of the genesis of that grassy slope, because a bunch of weeds came in immediately and erosion started happening. And so that's why we've been attempting to restore it to a native grassland. Still gets mowed every year to prevent fire from coming up that canyon and quite as easily reaching the house. But you know, there's a balancing act that we have to perform, because I know that you know, a big theme of this tour is habitat for native animals, and some of that involves leaving some dead branches and so forth in place. And so we do some of that, but we also, you know, I spend a lot of my time cutting out dead wood and because there's just so much, and it is a fire risk. So it's like I said, it's a balancing act.
So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the Bradley method.
Sure.
People who are interested in environmental restoration, either of their own yard or in larger patches of area.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so this is a method developed by some women in Australia working on bush restoration. And it involves focusing on areas that have a strong presence of native plants, which translates to a strong native seed bank, and removing the invasive plants around them so that you give them some breathing room, so you give them some space to seed in and spread. It's a very slow way of doing landscape restoration, but we have had a fair amount of success in this area and on this slope, just being very diligent about removing the invasive plants, mostly annual grasses, and giving space for those purple needlegrass and the melic grasses and so forth to seed themselves back in.
So thank you. And I know that you are active with the Skyline Gardens Alliance project. I'm going to be talking about it very, very briefly tomorrow when I introduce Bob Sorensen's garden. But I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that project and your involvement and how people could get involved.
Oh, sure. Yeah, well, I'm not sure that I have all that information at my fingertips, but I can tell you about my personal experience with it. And let me just put it also in terms of such a fantastic way to develop a connection with place. Just like I was saying, it's been such a privilege to be the caretaker of this particular piece of land, which is, you know, a piece of Ohlone ancestral territory that for many millennia was taken care of by people. And, you know, I don't know, I feel like it's such a privilege to be taking care of it now. Skyline Gardens has taken under its wing several acres up near Tilden Regional Park. It's on East Bay mud land that has a very high biodiversity. I mean, I think it's the most plant diverse area in the East Bay, and full of fantastic wildflowers and so forth. The project basically uses the Bradley method and some other methods of removing invasive weeds, and relies on a large number of volunteers to come and do that kind of maintenance work, and has uncovered and allowed to flourish many of these native plants. It's just a fantastic place, a fantastic group of people. Their website, which hopefully somebody can post.
Yeah, we'll put it up.
Uh,
Well, I put Noah on the spot there, but I brought it up because I bumped into Noah
Yeah.
at Skyline Gardens Restoration Project about 6 weeks ago, and they also are using the Bradley method of controlling invasive plants and allowing native plants to move in. And so it's not talking about Alan and Carol's, but it's the same method. And I wanted to say, since we're not going to be joining Noah to weed at Alan and Carol's lot, if you wanted to get out in nature, do some restoration work, learn about native plants, meet some nice people, have fun and do good, you could look up the Skyline Gardens Alliance. They work near this Tilden steam train twice a week, I think on Thursday afternoons and Sunday mornings.
exactly.
It's a great way to get to know native plants, learn something about restoration, and just have a wonderful time. So I wanted to kind of end on.
Yes, they
Noah.
value camaraderie and snacks and natural beauty, and so I'm all aboard for that.
Yeah, it was beautiful and fun. So Noah, I want to thank you for taking the time to be with us today. And Maurice Phillips, I want to thank you in particular for making that
Maurice.
beautiful video. And Noah, would you be willing to stay with us and answer some questions online if people are asking questions? So you can go ahead and keep your conversation going about this project. And Noah, thank you so much then.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hope to see some of you in person. Bye-bye.
Where's my here? Okay, so we've talked about selecting plants and where to put them and how to get moving forward. And I mentioned I think the importance of finding a designer to help you plan your garden, because I know I designed and installed and designed and installed and designed mine like many times, and it just never looked good until I got professional help. And I got my professional help from 4 Dimensions Landscape Company. So it's hard to know how to design a garden, what plants have similar needs for water and light, how big those plants are going to get when they're mature, what kind of drainage they want, what plants will look good together. If you're interested in converting your garden to natives, I always recommend that people work with a company that specializes in designing native plant gardens, and let that designer know that you want a native plant garden. If you'd like help designing and installing a native plant garden, you might want to contact 4 Dimensions Landscape Company. 4 Dimensions is an award-winning landscape design company whose motto is restoring the earth, one garden at a time, and whose goal it is to bring people and nature together. Four Dimensions creates well-planned, carefully crafted environments that enrich both humans and natural life. You can call on 4 Dimensions to design, build, or nurture your garden. And you can reach them at 4dimensionslandscape.com or 510-893-1999. So before we go on to see more gardens, I'd like to take you on a quick preview of what's going to be happening tomorrow. I hope you can join us. We'll start the day with my giving a brief talk on the 10 best keystone species for shady areas. Then we'll take a virtual tour of Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin's garden and the green home features of their place in Moraga. You'll be pleased to hear that you can visit this garden on Sunday, May the 1st, when the inland gardens are open. And Anne and Ed's home in Moraga features a beautiful front and back native plant garden. They also have a Tesla solar roof and a Powerwall battery. In addition to native plants, and we're sticking with the food theme here, Anne and Ed's garden contains 30 fruit trees. They also have an induction range, and on the day of the tour, you can step into the kitchen and check out the induction range and see it working. A new climate-friendly cookbook has just been published locally, and one of the two authors will be there making recipes from her cookbook on the induction range for you to taste. You can purchase this cookbook and ask the author to sign it. Tomorrow, Frédéric Labapierre will be giving a talk on our local oaks and the butterflies and moths that depend upon them. So for those of you that had questions about local oaks, small oaks, local Lepidoptera, you won't want to miss this. Which native oaks are suitable for small Bay Area gardens? What moths and butterflies rely on our local oaks? Join longtime Bay Area resident Frédéric Labapierre in this follow-up to Doug Tallamy's presentation on oaks, as she shares her knowledge of Bay Area oaks and the Lepidoptera that feed on them and provide food for birds and other animals. We'll also be previewing some of the inland gardens that you can visit on Sunday, May the 1st. There will be a presentation on how to prune native plants. I think it'll be focusing on pruning manzanitas in Natalie and Armand's Alameda Garden. This will be given by Pete Veilleux of East Bay Wilds. And we'll end the day tomorrow by visiting 3 gardens. Kyte's spectacular garden in Moraga. And this video will be the beauty of peak bloom. It'll be focusing on the month of May, which is the time of the most color in Al's garden. We'll be visiting Amelia Petrovic's garden in Oakland. This now inviting backyard had that weedy lot look when Ethan Bodnar, owner of Plant Kind, first arrived on the scene. What homeowner Amelia had in her mind's eye was an attractive garden that brought nature home for her young child to explore and for the family to enjoy together. You can come and see what they did. Ethan will be talking about light considerations and shade and view of a nearby oak and how he designed this garden. We'll end the day at Kat Weiss's garden in Livermore. To avoid shocking the neighbors, Kat has chosen a Zen-like approach to transforming her garden. She's been removing the non-natives little by little over the last 6 years and replacing them with our own local Keystone species, which provide the best habitat for our winged friends. But this last year, Kat really lashed out, and you'll see big changes in the garden. She took out a number of the larger non-native shrubs and put in many new native plants, including blue and coast live oaks, a variety of manzanitas, California lilacs, currants, sages, and buckwheats. If you live in the Contra Costa Water District service area, you'll be pleased to know that you can receive a lawn removal rebate of $1 a square foot. The district also offers a fabulous landscape design assistance program to its customers. In this program, customers can receive a free 2-hour consultation from a professional landscape designer that will help them explore ideas and make recommendations on the layout, plants, and other features that may work for their front yards. So here is a garden that received a rebate from the Contra Costa Water District. It's Karen and Jeremy Amos garden in Clayton. Their garden was designed by Kelly Marshall, and Kelly is one of the designers in the Landscape Design Assistance Program. You can visit the Amos garden on Sunday, May 1st, and you can meet Kelly Marshall in her own Clayton garden on May 1st as well. This is another garden that received a Contra Costa Water District rebate. This is Lauren Kindorf's Clayton garden, which has been on the tour in the past. This garden was designed by Anna Wendorf, and Anna is also a designer in the Landscape Design Assistance Program. The Contra Costa Water District's Lawn to Garden Rebate Program provides rebates to qualified customers in Central and East Contra Costa County to replace their existing water-thirsty front lawns with native or other water-wise landscaping. The rebate is $1 a square foot, up to $1,000 for a single-family residence, and up to $20,000 for commercial, homeowner associations, industrial, and institutional properties. Visit ccwater.com/lawn to garden to find out more. And now we will meet with Amy Kaiser. So to start with, this year, for the first time, we've added a green home features component to the tour. And I'd like to take a few moments to tell you why. In 2020, my husband Mike and I remodeled our home. Our strategy was 30 years of benign neglect, followed by major work on the house. On our remodeling journey, we learned about the adverse health impacts of cooking with gas stoves, including greatly increased chances of contracting asthma, lowered IQs in children, but also that gas is a major contributor to global warming. Figuring out how we should move through this remodeling project was time consuming, and I remember thinking it just shouldn't be this hard to do the right thing. In the end, we had solar panels installed. So this is our house, and there are panels on the upper left. We bought an electric dryer, replaced our gas stove with an induction range, and we replaced our old gas heater with a heat pump, and which both heats and cools the house. So in the bottom left, you can see part of our heat pump system. It's the grill that intakes air. So everything about these changes has been great. For the last year, our PG&E bills have ranged between $17 and $53 a month. And those costs include the cost of gasoline, as we have an electric car, and it's powered by the energy that's generated by our solar panels. So later on, I realized that a number of our garden tour hosts not only had beautiful native plant gardens, but they also had green home features. And it seemed natural to ask if they would be willing to share them as well. And this year, about a dozen of the stops on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour are also showcasing their green home features. Mike's and My Home was on last year's successful East Bay Green Home Tour, which was coordinated by my friend and colleague, Amy Kaiser, who is joining us this morning. So hi, Amy.
Hi, Kathy. Thank you for having me.
Sure. So would you tell us more about why, for our own health and also for the health of the environment, we should get gas out of our homes?
Sure, I'd love to. So I'm going to give you all a quick primer on electrification, which is another way of saying getting natural gas out of your house. And if you have more questions, I will be active in the chat afterwards. So there's a lot of different benefits to getting natural gas out of your home. The first and most obvious is climate change, because it's reducing greenhouse gas emissions. There's improved health. You have improved comfort. You have long-term cost savings, greater resilience and safety. And so I'm going to go into each of these benefits a little bit more in the next few slides. So the biggest contributor to climate change, as you probably already know, is transportation. But the second biggest source of greenhouse gas pollutions are buildings, which includes our homes. Natural gas, as I like to say, is dirty from tip to tail. Its production at the wells, its transportation, distribution releases methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas, 86 times more heat trapping than carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere, which is further destabilizing our climate. And the natural gas pipes that run under our streets and to our homes are just riddled with leaks, which emit methane into the atmosphere. When natural gas is burned in your stove and your furnaces and clothes dryers, it releases dangerous air pollutants, including nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and formaldehyde. So all those little vents that come out of your roof or your crawl space are polluting our local air. The nitrogen oxide reacts with sunlight and other compounds to form smog, which of course is dangerous to our health. Our homes and buildings actually emit more than 6 times the amount of nitrogen oxide than even power plants do. So, you know, it's pretty considerable. It's not just the outdoor air that we're polluting by burning natural gas in our appliances, it's also our indoor air. So gas stoves, as Kathy said earlier, they produce harmful indoor air pollution that can increase the risk of or exacerbate asthma, other respiratory problems. You have reduced IQs, increased allergies, and even heart problems. In my own electrification journey, I was motivated to get rid of my gas stove because my husband and my partner both have asthma. And so I replaced my gas stove for an induction stove, which is just a joy to cook on. So the next slide should be long-term cost savings. There we go. So electrification can save you a lot of money in the long run. And if you pair it with rooftop solar, the savings really add up. You're running all your appliances from your own clean power from your roof. Although gas is cheaper right now than electricity, that's just not going to last, because as more buildings electrify, there'll be fewer customers paying for the expensive maintenance of the power plants and pipes, and the price of gas will rise significantly. So gas is a global commodity that's vulnerable to price shocks. And Russia is one of the top exporters of natural gas, and it really props up the Russian economy. And the war in Ukraine has sent the price of gas soaring. So that's one reason why European countries are hastily installing heat pumps, trying to quickly decrease their dependence on Russia's natural gas. So anyway, that's just a sort of a current event that is adding more incentive to get off natural gas. So removing natural gas increases resilience and safety. Natural gas is highly flammable and can lead to devastating explosions like what we saw in San Bruno, and potentially in our own homes as well. So true story, my neighbor's leaky old gas water heater exploded and burned down her house, and it nearly took mine with it. So in the event of a major disaster like an earthquake, gas lines take a lot longer to bring back online than electricity. So transitioning buildings to run on electricity with solar panels and battery storage can provide clean, critical backup power during power shutoffs, which, as we know, are becoming increasingly frequent during fire season. Induction cooking. So induction cooking is very different from the old electric stove I grew up with. They heat up super fast. They only heat up the cookware and not the surrounding air or surfaces. So no more catching hot mitts and wooden spoons on fire. Induction is a lot safer if you're cooking with children too, and it's safer for cooks as well. With climate change, we're going to experience more extreme heat events, and many homes in the buildings in the Bay Area don't have air conditioning. But when you replace your gas furnace with an electric heat pump, you get air conditioning for free. On smoky days, you can close the windows and stay cool with clean air inside. This picture of the Bay Bridge is from 2020, when the sky turned orange and dark from wildfire smoke. It was a day that felt pretty apocalyptic. And it's a reminder that climate change will have a lot of impacts on us, and we need to act fast to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to prepare our homes and communities for the impacts of climate change. Electrifying, if you kind of boil it down, it means just switching out your appliances that use natural gas for high-performing, modern, efficient electric appliances. So these are the big four. Gas furnaces can be replaced with heat pumps, which function as both for heating and cooling. Gas water heaters can be replaced with electric heat pump water heaters. Gas stoves can be replaced with induction ranges and cooktops. Again, I'm not talking about the old electric coil stoves. We're talking about modern induction, which is just great to use. And gas clothes dryers that can be replaced with efficient heat pump dryers, which don't have vents, by the way. My heat pump dryer does not have a vent to the outside. By the way, you already have a heat pump in your home, whether you know it or not, because your refrigerator uses heat pump technology. Oh, this is an extra slide that I forgot about, which is all of this transition to clean, efficient appliances comes with the creation of a lot of high quality green jobs.
All right, thank you, Amy. So if you'd like to learn more, you can visit Stefanie Pruegel's home in San Leandro on Saturday, April the 30th. Stefanie has solar panels with a backup battery, heat pumps for heating and cooling the house and heating water, and a smart panel. And we'll be hearing about Stefanie's green home as well as her beautiful garden in just a little bit. You can visit Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin's Moraga home on Sunday, May the 1st. And their garden will be featured online tomorrow. And Ann and Ed have a Tesla solar roof and 2 lithium Tesla Powerwall batteries and an induction stove. You can look for the greenhouse symbol on the View the Gardens page at bringingbackthenatives.net to find homes with green features. You can visit the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tours YouTube channel to watch a webinar on heat pumps that Amy and I made last fall. And you can there see a video on my own home remodel if that would be helpful to you. And sorry, my advancer is sticking. Finally, you can also register for the free East Bay Green Home Tour that will take place virtually Saturday and Sunday, May 14th and 15th. This tour will feature a dozen green homes. You can register at eastbaygreenhome.com, and that tour is organized by our very own Amy Kaiser. Amy, would you like to say a last word?
Yeah, I just hope that your dedication to environmentally friendly landscapes expands into thinking about your home as another landscape that could use a transition to be more environmentally friendly. And so the East Bay Green Home Tour has a lot of different homes, a lot of different East Bay people, and I hope that you tune in.
All right, thank you very much. So Amy, you're going to stay online and answer questions in the chats?
Sure, I'll be there.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so let's go on now. If you're enjoying today's program, I'd like to ask if you would please help support it. Garden Tour hosts Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin have generously offered a $500 challenge grant if these funds can be matched with donations from viewers. It takes more than a year to coordinate each garden tour. Planning for the 2023 tour has already started. If you've enjoyed this tour in the past or you're enjoying it today, I hope you'll make a contribution. This was an especially challenging tour to coordinate as we are offering both an online and an in-person tour for the first time. The in-person tour is a 2-day event this year, and we've added the Green Home Features component to both tours. If you haven't yet had the chance to contribute, please help by making a donation now. You can do so via the donations button on the tour's homepage at Bringing Back the Natives. You'll see it at the bottom. Through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, on the tour's GoFundMe page, or you can mail in a check. The tour's address is under Contact Us. So we've talked about how we can plant natives to benefit wildlife, but another way you can help birds, butterflies, and bees is by eliminating pesticide use in your gardens. The Environmental Protection Agency estimates that on average, each American uses over 4 pounds of pesticides every year. A few things to know about pesticides. In addition to being harmful to wildlife, pesticides put the health of our children and pets at risk. Children are especially vulnerable to toxic chemicals because children are small and they play in the garden. Studies have found increased health risks among families that use lawn and garden pesticides, especially among children and pets. If you have a lawn service, you might want to ask them, how are they managing your garden? And note that no pesticides are used in any garden in the virtual or the in-person tour. So let's hear now from the Clean Water Program, Alameda County. Jessica, if you could bring up that video.
What a beautiful day.
There you are. Jeez, you're far from the creek.
No, it's closer than you think. I'm just taking a little me time.
Aren't these gardens full of weed killer, bug spray, and other scary stuff?
Nope, this is a pesticide-free garden.
I've got kids and pets to protect.
That means no chemicals will get washed into the storm drain.
Which means no pollution in the creek or the bay. And keeping good bugs alive is good for the garden and good for my belly. Excellent food, sir. Mwah.
Okay, so. All right, so you'll notice in the next garden we visit that it might look familiar to you because that was actually filmed in our very own Stefanie Pruegel's garden in San Leandro, California. This garden was designed by Stefanie, and you can visit Stefanie's garden on Saturday, April the 30th, when it's open on the in-person tour. And when Stefanie was looking for a house to buy, she wanted a large lot with a small house and a big lawn. So she could, as she said, turn an ecological wasteland of a lawn into an oasis for wildlife. And this is Stefanie's before, and here is her after. I saw Stefanie's garden not long ago, and it is just beautiful. And she also has this large 1,000 gallon rain barrel system. But I'm not going to say any more about her garden, but I'll just turn it over to Stefanie now. Hello, Stefanie.
Hi, Kathy. So exciting.
It is. Is there anything you want to say before we launch into your video?
Maybe just that. So I have a lot of information, especially about the green features, and I actually put together a little sort of fact sheet handout thing. So I'm going to put the link to that PDF that people can download in the chat. So as you go through the video, there may not be enough time to, like write down cost or those details. So do know that you can just get that later on.
Let me say too, us on the same idea, maybe you could put a link to your garden description in the chat, Stefanie. If you go to Stefanie's garden description, you'll see a video that was done of Stefanie's garden when her garden was, her home was on the Green Home Tour. There's a list of all the handout that Stefanie made about her green home features. That's great. There's a list that she put together of all the tasks that she did for the green home remodeling and their costs. There's a couple of things there on the website that are worth visiting. All right, should we go now and look at your garden?
Yes, let's go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stefanie Pruegel. I live in San Leandro in the East Bay, and I would like to tell you the story of my home and garden over the last 6 years. So in 2016, when I started gardening with California natives, my goal was really to turn a dead lot into a wildlife garden and create habitat where there wasn't any before. So in a way to give back to nature. And it's been a really amazing process, and I have been able to give back, but I've received so much more in return, just in joy and satisfaction. So I hope this video is inspiring to you and also useful for your own journey, gardening with natives and making your home greener.
The house was built in 1946, and it's actually not that big. It's just over 900 square feet, but it's on a pretty large corner lot, 7,500 feet, so I have a lot of room to garden. In 2016, the front, side, and backyard looked like this, all grass and weeds and a few non-native shrubs. First thing I did was sheet mulch everything, and here you see the very first plant that went in, a coast live oak. Less than 2 years later, the change was amazing, and even though my baby oak looked nothing like a tree, it had grown a lot. The Bee's Bliss sage was one of the fastest plants, and the California poppies filled in gaps between others. In the side yard, the coast buckwheat had started spreading into a thick mat, and that really helped with the weeds. And this is what that same area looks like today. Check out the California lilac, frosty blue. It's in full bloom and at least 8 feet tall. Over here, the St. Catherine's lace, or giant buckwheat, really has become rather giant, but not as big as my oak. That's now taller than the house. Here's the transformation in the backyard. I sheet mulched in the fall of 2016 and then the following spring planted. And this is what it looked like less than 2 years later. Things had really filled in beautifully. Pretty much from the start, there were things for wildlife, like the elderberries here, and you also see monkey flowers and fuchsia in this shot. I really like showy penstemon. They make quite a show. So does deer grass. It just looks really dramatic. Here's another before photo and what that same view looked like last May. That's the month the bush anemones are in bloom, and you see them here in the foreground. At this point, most of the plants in my yard are about 5 years old. Here's a Manzanita Dr. Hurt, and here toward the back, there's an elderberry and a Catalina cherry, and those two are about 8 to 10 feet tall. And here's one of my favorites, also super fast growing. That's a flannel bush. This particular hybrid is the Pacific Glory, and I love it because it looks almost tropical and really lush. Blooms in the spring, and mine bloomed as early as January this year, and then has several flushes throughout the spring. With native plants, it's really true that if you build it, they will come. I saw that in my own yard, because as the plants grew, so did the number of insects and birds I'd see. I made a point of picking plants so that there'd be something in bloom or offering food year-round. And manzanitas are great because they bloom in the winter when not much else is in flower. So I took this clip in January, and here's one of my first customers, a yellow-faced bumblebee, visiting the manzanita. Remember when I showed you the side yard and talked about the California lilac, frosty blue, having gotten so big? Well, here it is in March, and it's in full bloom and totally abuzz with bees and bumblebees and even a hummingbird popping in. I think in June, this backyard spot is going to be the place to be for pollinators, and that's because the Poso Blue Sage is going to be in bloom. Last year I was able to get these photos because the swallowtail and this bumblebee were so busy getting nectar. Next to the Cleveland sage the other day, there was a gull fritillary resting on the blue elderberry. In a shady, hidden corner, I'm working sort of on a brush pile with logs that I have half buried in the soil, and I'm getting my Dutchman's pipevine to scramble over the logs and the branches. The idea is to offer hiding places for insects and other small animals and foraging for birds. And I wasn't disappointed. Under one of the logs, I found these adorable California slender salamanders. They almost look like little snakes with tiny legs. One of the birds that like to scratch around my brush pile is the fox sparrow, and he actually let me get really close to take this video. As you may know, the Dutchman's pipevine is the host plant for the pipevine swallowtail butterfly, meaning that the pipevine swallowtail's caterpillars must have this plant to survive. I never had any pipevine swallowtails show up on my vine, but I was lucky to get some caterpillars from a friend last summer, and I raised them on leaves from my vine and protected them over the winter and was able to release them when they hatched this spring. Here's one that just came out of the chrysalis and is resting before it's taking off for its first flight. My hope is that these swallowtails will actually lay eggs on my pipevine. Here's the one that you just saw fluttering around on my ensalia and sharing the flower with a little skipper butterfly. The Ancilia, or California bush sunflower, is one of my favorite native plants. I have several in my backyard. Gets about 5 feet tall, it's super easy and drought tolerant, and it blooms almost year round. And the flowers always seem to attract a lot of insects. I also try to keep the spent flower heads on there because the seeds are really popular with bush tits and goldfinches. Like many people, I planted milkweed that's native to my area, and I picked the showy milkweed. The flowers are actually really pretty, but of course I planted it for the leaves that the monarch caterpillar depends on. And I was really pleased to see that monarchs found my milkweed. I always wonder how they actually do that because I only have a few plants. One thing I noticed about landscaping with milkweed is that it completely disappears between October and April, just now coming back out. And so in order not to have totally blank spaces in your yard, I think it's a good idea to plant it in between other plants like these Cleveland sage and white sages. So I feel like butterflies and bees always get all the attention, but there are some really cool other insects, like this little red-backed jumping spider. I think he's kind of still in training because he's only doing a little hop, not really super jumping. But he's still awesome to watch, really cute. And I'm sure he's good food for some birds. Maybe not for tiny guys like this little Anna's hummingbird, but hummingbirds eat insects too, especially when they feed their young because they need the protein. And here I caught him eating a bug. Here is just caught a bug, swallowing it. There we go. And now he's even wiping his beak. Actually, I think it's a girl, female hummingbird. So I'm staying with the bird theme, and here's a bird's eye view of my bird bath. This is where I do most of my bird watching, because that's where they all show up. Some of my regular visitors are the tiny bush tits. They always bring the whole family, and they like to use the top tier with only just a little bit of water in it. I think they really like the sunflower bush right next to the bird bath because they can safely hop in and out. It's really cool to see migratory birds show up in the yard, like the white-crowned sparrows. They usually come around September to my yard. I really like this hermit thrush, and I think it's the same one that's showing up in my yard. He usually rummages around the mulch and the leaves, and he always seems kind of anxious and nervous and flicking his wings. I also see a lot of warblers, but I can't quite tell them apart just yet. I think this might be a yellow or Wilson's warbler. The most colorful birds I've seen are the hooded orioles, and my best sighting yet, this little Townsend's warbler. He only showed up one time. He's a migrant. Never seen him again. So you may now think that you need a big yard like mine to make a difference for nature, but I don't think that's true. You may just have a small yard, maybe even just a balcony, or you have a yard full of non-natives and you're just switching out one plant at a time. And I really think every step matters, and every plant you plant makes a difference for nature. I want to tell you the story of my side strip to show what's possible even in a small space. San Leandro has these rolled curbs that you can drive on to park your car basically on the side strip. And as a result, the side strip was super messed up, and in the winter it would be rutted out and huge puddles. And sometimes pedestrians couldn't even pass by. So in spring of 2017, I blocked off the parking with traffic cones and stuff, and I essentially did sheet mulching. And I got these nice moss rocks to just make it clear that there was no parking here, but to not piss off my neighbors too much, I also put in some areas with drain rock where people could park. I planted salvia bee's bliss that filled in nicely along with a bunch of poppies. And now this spring in 2022, this is what the side strip looked like, and it was in full bloom at the time. And now a little further down, here is another segment, and that is planted with hummingbird sage. Again, I have some moss rocks to delineate where the planting bed is for parking cars to not drive into the bed. And here's a Catalina cherry that's doing quite well here. And the stakes also help kind of put it on the map and visually show that this is a planting bed. Over here by the fence, it's a California lilac pushing through the fence and an island snapdragon. And you know, the funny thing is that now it's me encroaching on the sidewalk, but hey, at least it's native plants. The latest exciting news on the parking strip is that the city put up a no parking sign, and I actually got them to plant a native oak as a street tree, a coast live oak. I thought they did a very nice job planting this tree, and I've been deep watering it since. It'll be so interesting to see how it does as a street tree, because wouldn't it be awesome if a lot more street trees were native oaks? The oak came with a tiny hummingbird nest, and of course it was abandoned, but I think it's a good omen of birds nesting in this tree sometime soon. Let's rewind for a moment to 2016 when I got started with my sheet mulching, because I want to share a few tips with you. I got all my mulch from Get Chip Drop, where you can request free wood chips from arborists. And while you can't pick the date for delivery and you won't know exactly what kind of chips, it saves a lot of money. It worked really well for me. Because my yard's quite big, I had a lot of area to sheet mulch, and the green area alone hit the limit on what I was able to request for a lawn conversion rebate, but I still got a $1,500 check. I have to say I was pretty intimidated by the blank canvas after all the sheet mulching, and I could have never come up with a garden design without the help of a landscape designer friend and an actual planting plan. Even though we ended up not really going with the plan exactly, it was really important to have that as a guideline. If you're planning from scratch like me, I think it's a good idea to think about how you would like to spend time in the yard. For example, I knew I was going to want to do some bird watching, and I wanted the bird bath to be pretty close to the house. And I also wanted to have a patio to have people over and maybe play music and entertain. I also wanted a spot that's just hidden and away from it all, where I could sit and work and just watch the action. So the first thing I planned was the hardscape. So this patio was the first thing that went in, and the flagstones connecting the house to the patio, and then the pathway off that patio to the smaller patio in the back. That is my little hidden spot. Really think of your garden as an outdoor living room. And speaking of living rooms, my indoor space back then really needed some attention. I had this old gas heater that was so inefficient and just heated one spot. I even put a fan in place to get the hot air to get more distributed, but it was really not that comfortable. And then the first winter, this is my front door, and there was just this huge gap under the door. So it was drafty and uncomfortable, and I decided to get an energy assessment to just see what's up. Got a contractor from the Bayren list, and one of the cool tests he did was this reverse fan that sucks air out of your house to see how bad your leaks are. He also used infrared photos like this one of my door to see where the cold air comes in with the blue here. Some of the recommended solutions were really simple, like caulking cracks around the windows or this sweep for my door. Of course, the wall insulation was a little more involved. I decided on fiberglass that was blown into the walls. And for that, the contractor made holes in the walls that you see here and that were plugged up after the insulation was blown in. For the attic and the subfloor, I used batting, but also fiberglass. So here's the summary. I was amazed how little I ended up paying. That was a really big rebate back then. Shortly after that insulation project, I got my first rainwater catchment tank, 1,000 gallons. But it filled up so quickly that Just a year later, I got 2 more for a total of 3,000 gallons. And I'm lucky in that I have this concrete pad on the side of the house, because for these super heavy tanks, when they're full, you really need a stable surface to put them on. It's really amazing how much water you can harvest. I'm not even using my whole roof surface to feed into these tanks. So look at this diagram here. It's 430 square feet that feed into the 3 tanks you see here. And on average, 1 inch of rain on 100 square feet surface of roof, that'll give you 60 gallons. So for my system, that means I need almost 12 inches of rain to fill up all 3 tanks. And last fall, we only got under 16 inches, but even that little rain more than filled up these big tanks. That means water will come out of the overflow pipe, so it's important to set up your tanks where that overflow can safely go into the landscape and not flood anything. Right now I just have a hose connected to the tanks and I hand water. And when the tanks are full, gravity is enough to push out the water, but when the level's lower, I use this 1/2 horsepower pump to get the water out. Here's my cost summary. Overall, my setup was between $4,500 and $5,000, including the pump. And at the time, there were no rebates, but that may change. I realize I'm getting pretty technical here, so how about a few nice garden photos? Actually, whenever I get overwhelmed with my projects, that's what I do, and I remind myself of why it's all really worth it. The following year in 2020, I got serious about solar. And it took me all year to figure all that out. And that wasn't just because there's so much to learn, but also because it doesn't make sense to make your own electricity if you have gas appliances. So part of that project was to research what kind of energy efficient electrical appliances I could get that would replace my old water heater and hot water heater that are run on gas. For the space heating, I eventually decided on a ductless mini split heat pump with 1 outdoor unit and 2 indoor units. So here's my heat pump outdoor unit with hummingbird sage planted around it. And you see the fan spinning because it's taking in air from the outside and extracting the warmth from that air. And with the help of a refrigerant, then moving that warmth into the house. And it can do the reverse as well. It can also cool, so heating or cooling. Here we are in my living room where one of the 2 indoor units are, and it's wall mounted. And I have to say, I think it looks better than my old gas wall heater. So the refrigerant that was heated up in the outdoor unit now gets sent over here, and the living room air circulates around it, gets warmed up and pushed out through these louvers. And it actually heats very evenly. It's a much more comfortable heat compared to the wall heater that I had before. You use a remote, just like your TV remote, to set the heat pumps. And here's my second unit. That's my office. And I only have these 2 rooms heated with the heat pump. I don't have heating in my bedroom, and in the bathroom I just have a low wattage regular convection electric heater because I only use it a little bit in the morning when it's cold during the winter. And here is an overview of the heat pump stuff. The cost was $8,350, and that was after the rebate. I also got a heat pump hot water heater to replace my old gas hot water heater, and that decision was pretty straightforward just because those 2 have such a similar footprint. So here you see it. It has the exhaust duct over here on the right that takes in air to extract the warmth and then pushes out cooler air. Otherwise, it's very similar in every respect to A gas water heater has a fancy digital display for temperature settings and vacation settings. One difference is that it is somewhat louder than the gas heater. So for me, not a problem because I have it in the garage. And here's the overview. It's a 45-gallon and the cost was $5,100, and that was after a rebate. Shortly after my heat pump appliances were installed, I also got my solar panels up and running with a maximum capacity of 4.6 kilowatts. I had gotten estimates from 4 different companies, and I ended up going with not the cheapest one, but a local installer who not only seemed really competent, but the people I talked to were also the people who installed the system. And ever since, I've been able to call them and talk to them directly if there's any problems or issues. I feel like that was really important. Here's my summary and the cost of the system, which was just under $12,000 after the federal tax credit. I also got a backup battery, and you see this black box here in my garage, and that's not so much to have electricity during blackouts, but more because it allows me to use more of my own renewable energy, especially during times when there is no sun, and usually the power we draw from the grid is made with dirty fuels. So by storing energy during the day in my battery and using exactly that energy at night, I can avoid the dirty grid. Unfortunately, batteries are pretty expensive, and even after the tax credit and a rebate, mine was still $7,300, but for me it was worth it. The piece I'm maybe most excited about is my smart electrical panel that you see here, the white shiny box right next to the old breaker panel. And most people who add solar and electrical circuits need to upgrade their panels. Instead, you can get a smart panel that just, instead of putting more circuits in, uses the existing circuits more smartly, assigning those appliances that are in use to the circuits that are available. The advantage is that because the smart panel keeps tabs on all the circuits, it's much easier to use them in the most energy efficient way. To explain, let's look at the smart panel app. So right now my system's producing 3,100 watts, and most of it is actually going into the grid, and that is because my battery is already full. And I see that over 800 are going into the circuits, and I can now see which circuits exactly are using how much electricity. For example, the heat pump is using the lion's share, whereas the others are only using a little bit. So if I have only a certain amount of battery left, especially during an outage, this really helps me decide how to use it. I'm a total efficiency nerd, so I love all those charts in the app. For example, I can see how much each circuit used over time, like the heat pump each month. I can also see how much electricity I used overall over the course of the year and where that came from. So here's my span panel summary. It cost me about $3,000 after the tax credit, and I think that's not much more than a traditional electrical panel upgrade. Looking at the whole year of 2021, I pretty much used mostly my own electricity, except for those blue bars, December and January, where I pulled more from the grid than I fed in. But overall, I pushed much more into the grid than I used. Of course, you could pay next to nothing for that, and it'll probably get even less than the about 3 cents a kilowatt hour that it is now. But in terms of cost, I'm breaking about even, and I have more room for more appliances like, say, an electric car or an induction stove. With all this focus on technology, I couldn't close out without pitching some simple, low-tech, no-investment ways to save resources and electricity. For example, this handy solar clothes dryer. Or one of my favorites, my plastic bag dryer. I just rinse my plastic bags and reuse them instead of buying new ones. And of course, stuff that doesn't have to be made in the first place is always the greenest. Now, if you've made it all the way to the end of this video, I want to thank you, and I really hope you got some inspiration, some hands-on tips, hopefully, some motivation to work on your native plant garden, your green home. If you have any questions and just want to reach out, here's my email address. I would love to hear from you. All the best.
Well, Stefanie, that was a fantastic video. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to say before we go into the questions that Stefanie made this video herself. Like, she just bravely rose to the occasion, as did a number of other hosts this year, because Zoom didn't work so well when we first tried it. So, people who are not professional videographers like Stefanie really spent a lot of time and effort on the video, and it was fantastic. And I also wanted to thank Jason Bull, who did the drone footage for this video.
Yeah, they were, Maurice and Jason. It's so cool. I had the bird bath, bird's view video snippet. So that really made a big difference. And I have to say, it was so much work, but it was also really fun because it's the stuff I really enjoy doing.
Well, you did a great job. If you ever change careers, you have an excellent
okay. Make a note.
A garden and green home video maker. So some questions, let's see here. Your average PG&E bill I saw has been $14 a month over the course of the year.
Yep. And that is, I have to say, I didn't mention this in the video. My last frontier, I still have a gas stove. I haven't chosen an induction stove yet. So the $14 are basically $10 for using their infrastructure. If you have solar, that's just what you always have to pay. And then $4 for the remaining gas, basically just for my cooking.
Yep. I want to say I have solar panels also and have electrified much of our house. And our bills have ranged between $17 and $53 over the course of the last year. And that includes the cost of buying gas for our car because we have an electric car. So we just charge it with our panels. Somebody asked who your solar installer was, Stefanie?
Yes. So Suns Free Solar in Alameda installed my panels and also the smart panel. In fact, I wouldn't have known about the smart panel if they hadn't brought it to my attention. So, and yeah, I really like them a lot.
Good. And I want to say that we had our solar panels installed by a nonprofit in Milpitas called Sunwork, singular. And they did a terrific job and were very inexpensive. Let's see. So you started by working with a designer. Could you talk a little bit about like how you faced your very large lot and figured out what to do?
Yeah, I have to say that to me was the biggest challenge, and it still is, because I went about it's not like you furnish a living room and then for the rest of your life, if you want to, that's just where all the chairs are and stuff. Things change. So this original plan, 5 years later, some stuff doesn't work out that great, or some things die, or you just have a new idea. So it's, for one thing, an ongoing process. But in the beginning, I basically my friend who got into landscape designing at the time gave me some questions and asking, well, what kind of feel do you want? Do you want it more like wild? What should the focus be? Where do you want to spend time in the yard? So we put down the main sort of anchors, and then both just researched a lot of plants that would work in the sun, or I have mostly sun, so the conditions I have and sort of what height they would be, or you want it a little lower over here because it's right around the patio. Well, and then we had some options, and I picked a lot of plants that I had never even seen in real life. And then they don't stick to the label, like those Enselia bushes that I so love. They were supposed to be like 3 feet tall, very short actually. Now they're like these trees. So just expect for things to turn out different, and it's probably fine.
Okay, let's see. I want to say that people can read about Stefanie's garden. You can see her plant list on the Garden Tours website. If you go to view the 2022 gardens, you'll see her description. You can visit this garden on Saturday, April the 1st, and there's so many things going on at the garden that day. Do you want to go over, Stefanie, what people could find?
Yeah, it'll be, oh my God, it's like an amusement park. So we'll have a number of great folks that, Kathy, you connected me with, to be specifically there for the energy efficiency stuff and the solar and the heat pumps. And if you're thinking, well, how do I convert from gas? What are the individual steps? And, I'll be there to share mine, but there's somebody going to be there to talk about that specifically. I also will have somebody from Bayron. I mentioned them a number of times. I used Bayron a lot because, they give the rebates, but they also have this energy advisor program where they pair you with sort of somebody who just like hand holds a little bit. somebody's going to be there during the afternoon with specific info on rebates. I'll also have handouts from them if you come in the morning. Super exciting, there'll be somebody doing an induction stove demo. So we'll have Suzanne, who just published Cooking for the Climate cookbook, and we'll talk about induction stoves as well. And you can sort of touch and feel and see the portable one she'll bring, because I still have a gas one. And then there'll be my wonderful volunteers talking about plants, and Larry, my garden assistant, helping you with landscaping. He actually did the hardscape and my drip irrigation. So there'll be somebody to talk about that. And then there'll be a little musical interlude, because I have some friends and we formed the Bindweed Sisters, named after my nemesis weed, which I've now managed to suppress largely, and we'll do a few songs in the late afternoon. So it's worth it.
So there's a lot going on at Stefanie's Garden in San Leandro on Saturday, April the 30th. Let's see if there's any. Stefanie has made a couple of videos in the past and PowerPoint presentations. So if you'd like to see them, you can go to the tour's YouTube channel and search on Stefanie Pruegel. I think you could find them. Stefanie, can you stay after and answer questions then if people have additional questions in the...
Yeah, and I see a bunch. Kathy, do we have a few minutes? I could just address a few now, or I'd be happy to type in the chat and the Q&A.
I'm going to talk about eco-performance builders next, so you can avoid that one, but you can answer other ones if you like. Take a couple minutes.
Okay, so I just spotted a question about the tanks. So I hired a one-man company to basically install the second round of tanks, and a Greywater Landscape Design is the name, kind of long. I'll put the contact info on that download PDF that there's a link on the garden tours page, but I'll also put in the chat later. So that's who put them together, basically connected the downspouts and put the first flush device in and all of that. There was also a question about watering. And I have to say, so with I talked a little bit about it in the video, the tank water, I don't know if there's a way to hook it up to drip irrigation if you have that, and now you may be getting a big rainwater tank. I have not done that yet with mine. I've actually just hand watered, which I've also found to be good, because it takes a lot of time, but you will just give water exactly to those plants that need it. Because some I don't water anymore. My manzanitas, the ceanothus, not that much, while other plants, like say the penstemon, often need more water. So with hand watering, even compared to drip irrigation, you can just adjust the dosage more. So that much on my watering.
Anything else we want to pick up before we part?
Let's see.
There's a lot of questions about induction. Let me say that you can see induction at Stefanie's Garden, and we also have the same. Suzanne Jones is also going to be cooking and recipes from her climate change cookbook on an induction range on Sunday, May the 1st at the Moraga Garden. If you're interested in induction and want to see a full-on stove with an induction full-on stove top, and the one that's going to be at Stefanie's will be a portable one.
I was also thrilled to see that a lot of people were interested in that energy audit. That was really a very eye-opening first step. I used a contractor called Elements. I think they're out of the South Bay. But the approved ones on the Bay Wren list, they're pretty, I trust any of them. And they just basically told me, well, this is how much leakage, air leaks you have, and were the ones early on making the recommendation with the mini split ductless heat pump system that I have. And eventually I've been going back to that report, so highly recommend it.
So I want to suggest again that I see there's lots of questions, and a lot of these questions have been answered. If you go to Stefanie's garden page, if you look on the tour's website at bringingbackthenatives.net, go to view the in-person gardens, look on the left-hand side, that's the Bayside Gardens, go down to San Leandro, you'll find Stefanie, and go down about 2/3 of the way, and you'll find many links to videos, handouts, summaries, contractors, phone numbers, links to people who did her installation. and costs on that page. So Stefanie, I want to say you just did a fantastic job. The presentation was great. So was the information. It was great to see your garden. So thank you so much for making that presentation.
Thanks, and thank you for giving me the stage. Wonderful. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to go on now and share my screen and carry on with. So somebody asked who installed Stefanie's heat pump systems, and it was Eco Performance Builders, and they also installed my heat pump for heating and cooling my house. Stephanie and I both wanted to get our homes off gas and to install appliances and systems that would be powered by electricity. We both installed solar panels. We both had our old gas furnaces removed. We both installed heat pumps for heating and cooling air. We would never have bought air conditioning, either one of us, but it's been great to have it on some days. And Stefanie also installed a heat pump for heating water, and we have yet to do that at my house, but we hope to before long. We're so pleased to see that with our heat pump for heating and cooling the house, the energy needed to heat and cool our homes is offset by the energy that's created by the solar panels on our roofs. And as I mentioned, we got our air conditioning for free, essentially, as heat pumps work in both directions. They both heat and cool air. I'd like to thank Eco Performance Builders, a home performance and electrification company, for supporting the tour. Eco Performance Builders designs and installs projects involving heat pump heating and cooling systems, heat pump water heating, air quality systems, insulation, and the heating up of homes. That Eco Performance Builders help you save energy, get your home off fossil fuel, improve your indoor air quality, and make you and your family more comfortable. You can contact them at ecoperformancebuilders.com or give them a call at 925-363-4498. So now I'd like to introduce Robbie Mickelson, one of the co-founders of Atmos Financial. So maybe Robbie could unmute and come and join me.
Hey, Kathy, can you see me?
I can. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks. Happy Saturday. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, thanks for being with us today. So recently, my husband, Mike, and I found Atmos Financial online, and we were intrigued and excited to see that Atmos's motto is changing your bank can help fight climate change. Can you explain how?
Yeah, and it's a different concept than most people think of. It's like completely divorced. It's like banking and then all the work we do with heat pumps and solar. Well, all of that, you finance your home with a mortgage from a bank. Fossil fuel pipelines, coal mines, oil wells are financed with bank loans as well. And those bank loans are really funded by our deposits. So you can think about choosing where you bank chooses what gets built in this world. So if you're with one of the top 10 banks in pretty much any country, and especially the US, a good portion of your deposits are used to fund some of the most extreme fossil fuel extraction and combustion. And so by removing your deposits from entities like Chase or B of A or Wells Fargo and moving them into an entity like Atmos, you're changing what is being built. So Atmos only funds climate positive projects like solar, like heat pumps, like regenerative agriculture and native gardening.
Thank you. So let's go now. There's this great brief video on Atmos's website. Let's see it.
Where you bank matters. Every day, your bank makes choices about how to spend your money. Those choices probably aren't the same that you'd make, like putting your money toward loans for fossil fuels, factory farming, or fast fashion. Without even realizing it, your money is funding climate change. Atmos was created to provide each of us with a vote for what our money funds, because we believe that your money can and should create the changes you want to see, helping us move towards a cleaner environment and a fair and transformed economy. Where you choose to bank may seem like a small decision, but it matters.
So I've watched that video a number of times and I just love it. And Mike and I were just appalled to discover that, as the video put it, without even realizing it, our money was funding climate change.
Yeah.
So would you tell us, if someone chooses to open an account, like what are the costs to open an account? What are the interest rates? Like what happens to us if we become a customer of Atmos?
Yeah, so the cost to you is just under 2 minutes of your time to go to our website, joinatmos.com, or to get our mobile app. And so you submit your application, and there's actually a link from the garden tour website. And once you're approved, there are no other fees, no minimum balance. Your deposits with us are federally insured by the FDIC up to $250,000. We pay one of the highest rates on savings. So we pay about 80 times what Chase or Wells Fargo are paying right now on savings. We have one of the most inclusive climate supporting cashback programs on our debit card. So we're giving 5% on all of the local nurseries that are listed on the garden tour website. We give up to 5% on over 300 other companies. If you pay to charge your EV, we'll pay for that. We don't give cash back on gasoline purchases or other fossil fuels, things like that. It's only moving towards climate positive activities. Let's see. So our top rate is 0.8%. So you start with a base rate of 0.4%. And then we have one hurdle which we require, and that is to make a recurring donation to one of our 50 plus climate nonprofits. And that can be any amount as little as $1 a month or 10% of your savings yield. So you can just say, however much I'm making on my savings, I'm going to give 10% of that. So if you take your money out to do a home renovation and your savings rate drops, you donate a little less that month. If you add a bunch more money and you earn more that month, you give a little more. So we want to be flexible. You can even donate the rounded up change on your purchases. So that's a new feature we just added. So if you're out buying coffee or dinner or native plants at one of these nurseries, and it's $9.47, you could donate 53 cents to one of these nonprofits. So we call it no sacrifice banking. So we want to just be better in all things and not have you suffer to do the right thing for the planet with your money.
Well, I love the idea that rain or shine, while I sleep or go on vacation, 100% of my money will fund technologies and infrastructure that combats the climate crisis. So one other thing that I loved about Atmos is that while Atmos is a national banking institution, you're actually based right here in Berkeley. So it's exciting to think that this great idea started right here at home.
Yeah, thank you. So I've been so today is actually my 11th anniversary of living in the Bay Area. I moved from Seattle and have spent most of that time here in the East Bay, looking at it. Our chickens and in our backyard home in Oakland and office in Berkeley. But it's so important, to support, we wanted to support the local tour. There's so much more we could go into that, but I'm not a banker by training, just so if somebody gets into the technical details around banking, I may not be able to answer that. But I've learned a lot. As you've probably seen in the chat, I come from the clean energy space, and I've been fighting climate change for 22 years now, for most of my life. And so that's where I come from. And that was the mission of Atmos. It's to accelerate the deployment of capital to get off of fossil fuels and to stop climate change.
Well, thank you. I want to say that Atmos is a sponsor of this year's Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, and I'm so happy that you are. And also that my husband, Mike, and I have opened an account with Atmos. We hope that you do too. If you go to Atmos through the link on the Garden Tour's website and open an account and get it approved, then Atmos would make a donation to the tour. So Ravi, are you able to stay with us on Zoom to answer questions that people would have for you?
I will be happy to.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And thanks for having such a great idea and letting
Thank you so much.
Energy.
And I'll drop my email into the chat as well if somebody has questions later.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you, Kathy. See you.
Okay. So we're going to go on now and we'll see. Oops, I forgot to put these slides up. Well, so here's the slides that should have been up when Ravi and I were talking. So this slide is showing the amount of funding for extreme fossil fuel extraction that has been spent since the Paris Climate Accord and the amount that banks are spending on fossil fuel extraction.
Yeah, I can jump in real quick, Kathy. So these banks have all made pledges around their climate commitments. They were there at the signing of the Paris Climate Accords, but since then, they have continued to increase their funding for coal, for oil, for gas, and Chase is far out ahead of everyone else. So don't listen to their marketing so much. We need to hold them accountable. They're such big institutions. They're too big to fail. They're too big not to be a part of this. So pressure them. If you do move your money out of one of these banks, please let them know, especially if you're on social media, that social pressure really means a lot to them and losing that social license for what they're doing.
Okay, thank you. And let's go to this slide, which I also forgot to put up.
Yeah. And so this is what we mean by climate positive banking. It's building the future that we all want to live in. How do we have a more healthy environment where we're growing our own food? We're supporting bees and hummingbirds and other pollinators. And again, it's that no sacrifice. It's having the protection of our money. It's earning more on our money that we deposit. It's having the technology to make it convenient. And as somebody asked, 55,000 fee-free ATMs across the country if you need to extract cash. We don't have any physical branches, but anywhere where you have internet, so if you have a phone in your pocket, you can have effectively a branch with you. So I will let you move on to the next, but I'll move over to the chat.
Okay, so, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you again, Kathy.
Bye. Okay, bye-bye. All right, so now we'll go on and preview some of the gardens that you could see on April the 30th in the in-person tour. These are the Bayside Gardens. So when I've been urging people to go over to this page, it's View the 2022 in-person gardens. You can see the gardens are divided by the Bayside Gardens. This is April the 30th, and the Inland Gardens, which is Sunday, May the 1st. And you can click on any of these gardens and get extensive description of the garden, photographs, plant list, sometimes bird list. So I'm going to be looking now at a number of gardens. Most of them are new gardens to the tour. Let me just say before I begin that if you register, well, you're registered because you're watching this, you'll be receiving an email with a link to the addresses and the maps later on this week, I think on Wednesday probably. If you can't find the email, please check and then double check your spam box. If you still can't find it, then you can register again and look for the bounce back email that will have the link. And if it still doesn't come in, then your internet service provider is blocking tour emails. And in this case, you should try registering with another email. So now I'll be talking about the 35 gardens that will be open on Saturday, April the 30th. These are gardens from Pinole to Fremont. The gardens I'm highlighting here are mostly new gardens. They are just a sampling of the gardens you can choose from. You'll see the full list on the website. So this is Gretchen Pavanka's Alameda Garden. Gretchen, who's been on the tour, almost every tour since it began in 2005, was tired of wasting water and trying to grow a lawn on sand since she's in Alameda. Through the tour, she found Lois Simons of Gardening by Nature's Design. Lois sheet mulched away the lawn and designed and installed this peaceful and serene garden. And the back garden was designed to attract birds, but it also attracts butterflies. This is Scott Richardson's garden in Albany. When Scott bought this house, the yard was full of ice plant, roses, and camellias. In the garden he designed and installed, he brought in about 100 species of native plants, including manzanitas, California lilacs, sages, wildflowers. So this is one of these diminutive little Alameda gardens, but Albany gardens, but he really did a beautiful job with his space. Scott's garden has something in bloom nearly all year, providing nectar and pollen for hummingbirds, butterflies, and bees throughout the seasons. This is Leslie Zander's garden in Albany. And this garden, which was designed and installed by Leslie, is an inspiration for converting a small yard into an interesting, low-maintenance wildlife habitat. In the back garden, native shade-tolerant vegetation has been placed along the south fence, and a combination of fruit trees and California native grassland species flourish in the open, sun-drenched areas. During World War II, this home was one of 20 million victory gardens, and I'm a big history fan, so I just love this fact about Leslie's house. Leslie is renewing the tradition of growing vegetables at home in the raised planter beds that run up the center of her driveway. Leslie's garden contains many plants that butterflies and moths will lay their eggs on, such as this lupin, also pink flowering currant, vine maples, California rose, lupins, manzanitas, ocean spray, dogwood, and more. This is the garden of my longtime friend, Ruth Rogow in Berkeley. For more than a decade, I believe, Ruth has thought, oh, that's just Kathy with her thing for native plants. But then Ruth heard Doug Tallamy talk about 2 years ago, and she got religion about native plants herself. She threw herself at this wreck of a backyard that she had in Berkeley, and she created the beautiful native plant garden here on the right, and you can see this garden on April the 30th. Now, this part is a fairly new garden because it was just installed like a year and a half ago. This is in the backyard, and something I discovered about Ruth that I did not know, even after all these years, is what a talented artist she is. Ruth painted this picture of a Metahelia poppy on a wall in her back garden. Oops. And she also installed this old bathtub in a bed of wildflowers and sweetly scented pink flowering currant. This is Castro Valley residents Danny and Eugene removed their front and back lawns and planted a cheerful array of natives and edibles in the garden that they designed and installed themselves. The back garden is a series of moss rock lined garden beds that are planted with a cheerful array of natives and edibles. Many of the plants in this garden were grown from seed by Danny. Ask him how. So they tell me that people are really interested in this little ground cover here, which is Lipia repens, I think is how you say it. And I understand it's a native and it grows a lot. So if you have a little Lipia, you have a lot of Lipia, but people are very interested in the Lipia. Inspired by their garden, Eugene and Danny started a small company called Soap Geek. Their handmade soaps, which contain herbs and extracts grown in their garden, will be available for sale. Another benefit of using these unique and luxurious soaps is that they don't come in plastic bottles. And you can also purchase California native wildflower and other native plant seeds at their garden. All the seeds were collected in Danny and Eugene's garden, and they're packed by hand. The seeds are untreated and organically grown. As an added bonus, the seed packet is printed on a water-resistant label that can be used as a plant tag. Visit CaliforniaNativeSeeds.com to see what your choices are. So again, that was CaliforniaNativeSeeds.com. This is the home of Ed Ellerbrocht in Fremont. So Ed, a longtime tour attendee and volunteer, was inspired by the tour and Doug Tallamy to create a haven for wildlife in his garden. Ed's front garden, once planted with junipers and the traditional lawn, is now an inviting meadow containing a delightful potpourri of native sedges, wildflowers, and perennials that attract wildlife. In the wide planting strips separating their driveways, Ed and his neighbor co-mingled their properties. And this is such a beautiful patch of garden. It has layers of colorful wildflowers, buckwheats, and sages. If you are on the fence about converting your lawn into a garden, this one is a must-see. And you'll be convinced that gardening for wildlife with California native plants is the way to go. This is Joel Lim's garden in Fremont, and a rebate from the Alameda County Water District helped fund the removal of Joel's large lawn and its replacement with a delightful array of native plants that provide color in the garden almost year-round. Drifts of 7 types of sage, 6 varieties of manzanita, 4 species of buckwheat, and 3 kinds of fuchsia provide repetition, rhythm, and continuity. With the lawn gone, Joel's water use dropped by 2/3, but the garden looks full and lush. This is a manzanita in Joel's front garden. Manzanita are the first of our native plants to flower each year. And this is one of the plants that I wonder, like, why can't this be put on street tree lists? It looks almost tree-like to me. It's so substantial and beautiful and provides great habitat for wildlife. This is Bob Finkel's garden in Oakland, and Bob's garden in the Fruitvale district of Oakland is a delight to wildlife and people alike. 9 types of manzanitas grace the front garden, where their evergreen leaves and shiny mahogany-colored bark keep the garden attractive throughout the year. Now, these pictures were taken probably in late summer, and this was probably taken late summer, early fall, because the fuchsia are flower in the buckwheats. Creamy and pink buckwheats, purple penstemons, and fire engine red fuchsia brighten the walkway in spring and summer. This garden was started 30 years ago. It has been designed and installed by various people, but most recently by Pete Veilleux from East Bay Wilds, who will be at Bob's garden all day on Saturday, April the 30th. I haven't showed you any pictures of the back garden, but Bob is in the Fruitvale district, and in his back garden are remnants of this old orchard. There are these old, kind of wizened, ancient fruit trees, a handful from, some old orchard, probably in the late 18 or early 1900s. This is Eileen Levinson's garden in Oakland. And like many of our gardens, Eileen's began as a drought-tolerant landscape planted with Mediterranean, Australian, and South African plants. Inspired by years of attending the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour, longtime tour attendee Eileen had long harbored the dream of having her own garden on the tour. In the spring of 2020, Eileen, along with garden designers and installers Steve Cochran and Tara Parker-Essig, began working collaboratively to reimagine and replant much of the garden. They removed the sea of ivy that had engulfed this area in the back 40, and in its place, under mature Douglas fir trees, they created a peaceful and natural dry creek bed lined with woodland plants. The team also created a spiral garden surrounded by dry stacked stone retaining walls, which is planted only with natives found naturally within 5 miles of the house. It's a very small little grassland patch, but it's really interesting. This is Ashley and Matt Spinelli's garden in Oakland. They inherited a lovely, mature native plant garden and a relationship with the garden's landscape designer, Naomi Vinbury, when they purchased the home in 2021. This inviting front garden, with its delightful combinations of colorful natives, cobble-filled and river rock-lined dry creek bed, and mature manzanitas, shows what can be done with a small space. In addition, the charming entrance garden is both beautiful throughout the year and low maintenance. The back garden, designed and installed by Vinbury Garden Designs, contains a miniature woodland and a tiny meadow, which provide places for people to enjoy and refuge for the smaller creatures that make the world go round. Most of the plants in the back garden were chosen because of their value to butterflies. Missing that. Some of the plants, such as California aster and goldenrod, among others, are descended from plants that would have been found in this area hundreds of years ago. Nancy McKee Jolda and Robert Jolda's garden in Piedmont was inspired by the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. The Joldas sheet mulched their front lawn away. They designed their own native plant garden. Not satisfied with the result, 3 years later, they hired a designer to reimagine the garden. She added mounds to provide drainage and visual interest, moved plants to places where they were happier, grouped plants by water needs, and ultimately created the charming, colorful, pesticide-free and water-conserving garden that you see today. The back garden, which contains a mix of edibles, non-native ornamentals, and natives, will also be open for viewing. This is Hope and Larry Salzer's garden in Piedmont. They received a super rebate from East Bay Mud for removing their lawns and replacing them with natives. The lawn was replaced with a bunchgrass meadow, which contains 20 types of native grasses. An extensive gray water system designed and installed by Dig Cooperative routes water from the washing machine, shower, tub, and the bathroom sinks and routes it back into the garden. This water keeps the garden green longer and will help replenish the aquifer. The garden contains our local native milkweed, which is the only plant that butterflies can lay their eggs on. This is the narrow-leafed milkweed. When it's quiet, gray foxes scamper about the garden. They help control rodent populations when they are not snacking on fruit, seeds, or nuts, or noshing on insects. And the last one that I'll feature today, this is Roland and Jen Mather's garden in Pinole. When Roland and Jen bought their home in Pinole, they were eager to remove the plastic sheeting that had covered the front garden and the weeds that had engulfed the back. In the front garden, a retention basin was created to retain rainwater that was captured from the roof and patio and the overflow from the rain barrels. The basin is planted with blue elderberry bushes, rushes, and dogwood, which can tolerate both wet and dry conditions. In the summer and fall, the swale's edges are brightened with the blossoms of cream-colored buckwheats, bright red fuchsia, and the spectacular yellow of our California goldenrod. Retaining rainwater on sites gives the plants a long, deep drink during the winter and spring and keeps the garden green longer. This garden is planted with mostly local native plants, meaning plants descended from plants that have grown in the Bay Area naturally for eons. This is goldenrod on the left and California lilac on the right. 1,000 gallons of water are stored in 5 rainwater tanks. Rainwater provides roughly half of the irrigation needed for the vegetable gardens through the summer. It's also used to establish new native plants. Hummingbirds, white-crowned sparrows, western bluebirds, red-breasted nuthatches, hooded orioles, black phoebes, and oak titmice have been seen in the garden. Barn swallows nest here every year. In their garden, iridescent blue pipevine swallowtail butterflies lay eggs on the Dutchman's pipevine, the only host plant for this beautiful butterfly. Lorquin's admiral, gray hairstreak, and anise swallowtail butterflies, and white-lined sphinx moths also flutter about, nectaring on the more than 80 species of native plants found here. And lucky them to have the caterpillars that I'm sure we all now want to see in our own gardens. These are lover pillars to me. I just thought that was the cutest photo. So, and now a word from the Watershed Nursery, which is located in Point Richmond. Owners Laura Hansen and Diana Benner and their team grow hundreds of species of California native plants. The Watershed Nursery is open Tuesday through Sunday from 10 to 4. You can shop in person in their large outdoor nursery, or you can place an order for curbside pickup. You can reach them at thewatershednursery.com. And this, oh, I'm taking it out. This is an adorable photo of the Watershed Nursery. If you've been there, you know what fun signage they have. I also saw in the chat earlier that they were selling small oaks. So now let's hear from Diana from the Watershed Nursery.
Greetings from the Watershed Nursery, a native plant nursery in Richmond, California. We have been providing healthy native plant material for local habitat restoration projects and private gardens for over 20 years. We specialize in source-identified plants grown 100% in-house using the top best management practices. With new species hitting our shelves every week, we have an abundance of plants to choose from. We hope you come visit us soon.
Okay. All right, let me get the screen back here. And let's see, one thing I wanted to say was that Atmos Financial has a debit card. And if one uses their debit card to buy plants at the East Bay Native Plant Nurseries, they will, I think, refund 5% of your purchase back to you. I think that's how the debit card work, but one would have to look at their website. But I know they've listed, you know, the Watershed Nursery, East Bay Wilds, Native Here, and Oaktown, and a number of others as being in their green business program. So let's go now to Victoria Gardens Pollinator Corridor. Let me say that you can visit the Pollinator Corridor on Saturday, April the 30th. This terrific urban restoration project was designed and installed by Naomi Vinbury. I'd like to thank Jonathan Reckless of Reckless Videography for making this video for us. So, in honor of her late wife, Victoria, Angela Fitzsimmons asked landscape designer Naomi Vinbury to create a block-long pollinator corridor for monarch and swallowtail butterflies. It's called Victoria Gardens. Naomi researched what plants naturally grew in this part of Oakland, and she developed a list of a dozen plants to reintroduce to the neighborhood. Nearly 700 plants were grown out specifically for this urban restoration project, many from seeds and cuttings taken from genetically local native plants. Together, Angela and Naomi knocked on neighbors' doors, requesting permission to plant any part of the neighbors' front gardens. 15 homeowners offered to participate in the project, yielding 2 by 2 foot patches around a utility pole in one case. I think this is just so cute. Entire parking strips in several others, or specific sections of people's front gardens. These tiny sanctuaries offer butterflies, moths, native bees, and other insects, plants on which they can sip nectar, gather pollen, and reproduce. Many butterflies and moths can only breed on specific native plants. The monarch butterflies, I'm sure you know, will only lay eggs on milkweed. Let's go now and meet Naomi Vinbury. So we'll unmute Naomi. So I have to say that this is just one of the most interesting projects that I have seen in the entire 18 years that I have been running the garden tour. I love the community component of it. I love the block-long ecological restoration component. And it's just been such a treat for me to get to follow along with this project. So Naomi, is there anything you'd like to say about it before we start the video?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Kathy, and it's great to be here with everyone today. And the project was really fun to coordinate. It's a little windy here. Sorry, maybe being outside was a bad idea. But yeah, I'd just like to say that one thing we didn't actually have in the video is that the project site is in Oakland, and I'd just like to acknowledge that it's on unceded Ohlone territory. And that's just one component that's missing. And I think that the participatory aspect of the project is really most important, besides, I guess, the first I suppose the one takeaway is like it's all about nectar for the butterflies right now. So you'll see in the video that we're really focusing on nectar in the urban areas.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, let's go look at the video, and then if you have viewers' questions, you can type them into the chat, and Naomi will be with us after the video is over.
So my name's Naomi Vinberry, and I have never done a project quite like this before. This is the first one of its kind for me. Well, the Butterfly Corridor, or what we call the Butterfly Project, came about 2 years ago, and my friend Angela really wanted to do something life-affirming in a dark time. The pandemic had started, and also she wanted to do a butterfly project that that honored her late wife, Victoria, who was an avid gardener and lover of the butterflies. And so we started talking, and we came up with a plan to knock on doors all along this block on 63rd Street from Shattuck to Racine, and see if homeowners were interested in contributing sidewalk strips or front yards to be planted with California native plants in order to support specifically the monarch butterfly. We particularly focused on the monarch butterfly this year because the populations of the monarch butterfly have declined drastically over the past few decades, and even more severely in the past few years. And so we wanted to put in some habitat that was going to be specifically helpful for their migration routes and their populations. Basically looking at what used to grow here, what's our best bet for California native plants that were here before the ecosystem was degraded or destroyed by development. These plants know the soil, they know the climate, and they have a relationship with our native insects, and anywhere from beetles to butterflies. So this one here is called gum plant, and it has a really nice big open form so that the butterflies, when they land, they are able to sip on a lot of little flowers. It's a composite, so if you look closely, there's actually many little flowers within this one flower, and they provide a lot of nectar in the spring and summer months for the butterflies when they migrate. They're overwintering in different sites along the coast during the wet season, during the winter months, and then as the weather changes, as it warms up a little bit, they're going to start coming out of their hibernation period and looking for milkweed and looking for nectar along the way. So this one in particular provides a lot of good nectar for them. So all of these patches, there's about 15 of various sizes of sidewalk strip patches and front yards along the block. They were all planted last year in January. So this is all one year's growth, and they've really filled in well. This one here is Verbena lasiostachys, and it's just thriving. It's really getting its roots down deep. All of them, the grandelias, growing up well, and the yarrow here is starting to fill in and make a nice living mulch, and it crawls around by rhizome and creates a nice patch. So here's another patch that we did. We have the Verbena lasiostachys, we have Grandila camporum, we also have the seaside daisy down here. And this is a patch where I'll show you one thing you can do really easily, especially with stuff coming out into the sidewalk. Clip it down, and then you can do your chop and drop right on site to make some more mulch. And then you're not having to take any of that debris off the site. This homeowner let us plant here in the front yard a bit too. So just on the edge, you see the yarrow, dried yarrow flower heads from last year. We leave those. There's little insects that, that utilize it. We have California aster filling in. Here we have some bulbs that we planted. These are Tritolea laxa. It's a native bulb. So we have some poppies, California poppies that we seeded. The Verbena lasiostachys in this area has a lot more room, so we're really letting it fill in and bush out a lot more. The plants are kind of growing all intertwining with each other, which is really nice to see because that's what happens in nature. So here we have the coyote mint that's filling in between the California aster, and then in front here we have mule's ears. This one is a narrow-leafed mule's ears, or Wyethia angustifolia. And we have checker bloom that's really beautiful right now. And in the back of the garden, you see all the dried stalks there. So that's the one milkweed that did really well. But this one in particular really was strong, and you can see at the base there's already a lot of new growth coming in. We added a few into this here. This is our cow parsnip. It's a really great butterfly nectar plant, and also a host for another butterfly that's local, the swallowtail butterfly. So this area is just a really tiny spot, but as you can tell, there's a lot that we were able to put into this small space, and even a small space like this can really help the butterflies jump from one patch to another in the corridor. They could nectar here when these flower and then continue on. See in here, the poppies really took off in this area, so we've got a few that are starting to bloom there. So here's a few more plants that we put in this little 2 by 2 foot spot, and same over here. We have yarrow, and we have the western vervain or verbena. These folks have a beautiful dark star ceanothus that wasn't part of the project, but it's a really great plant for the bees. And then in this area, it's blank right now in the middle. See where the wood chips are? But that's where we have a lot of dormant Asclepias fascicularis, which is our native California milkweed. So the Grandelia is really happy here, but you can see there's actually a number of species hidden underneath. We've got the yarrow again coming in, and then the coyote mint, which smells really delicious. And then in the summer, that'll have a purple flower on it. So the idea of this this butterfly corridor also is to have something blooming at all times during the year, so that the butterflies have nectar every season, not just in flower season in the spring. So this year we mostly focused on maintenance in this area, and then we did do one install on a larger front yard. We were able to put in a lot of species, and We introduced a few other species in this one that support some other butterflies. So the swallowtail butterfly that I mentioned, the host plant for that is Yampa. And so we've added that into this garden, as well as some more nectar plants. So here we have some mule's ears, and we have the Yampa, which is really tiny right now, but that's just getting started. And then some blue-eyed grass. And this is fuchsia here. That's Epilobium canum. Over here, we have the Phacelia californica. And that large one there, that's Media elegans. And it has this beautiful little yellow flower with a purple ring in the middle, and is a good nectar source. So here's another little spot. We have blue-eyed grass, which is in bloom right now. And then these cages are where the milkweed are planted. And then this is a bulb, the Tritolea laxa, coming up, and it's really starting to spread, which is nice to see. It was just like one little blade last year when we put it in. And then again, here are the mule's ears along the side. And we've got California aster, coyote mint. And this was the first garden that I started gardening, or started working for a number of years ago. So a majority of the front yard is native, and this is actually going to be on the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour this year. And this sidewalk strip here is a mix of native and introduced, but mostly it's native. You're seeing the poppies just really fill in, and here we have this great buckwheat. And then this one is Heterotheca sessiliflora. And that one creates a really nice landing pad for the butterflies and a lot of nectar for a good part of the year. Some more coyote brush, actually, that has come in from the larger coyote brush here next door. And if you look up close, you can see that there's this great little gall forming. And there's these little midges that use that as their home and then will emerge. So it's hosting some creatures, which is the goal. And behind you, there's a really beautiful manzanita. It just is finishing flowering. You can see the blossoms drop there underneath it.
So that's the corridor.
That's the corridor.
Right on.
The species that we decided on for this project were all grown by Oaktown Native Plant Nursery, and the plants were grown from seed collected from local seed stock, and we tried to keep the seed stock as local and Bay Area specific as we could. Kristen at Oaktown and her crew, they grew up hundreds, almost 700 plants the first year for this project in small stubby tubes. We planted everything out in January, and I would say January is really the prime time so that the plants can get established on site with the natural rain, as opposed to having to do a lot of hand watering the first year. Gives them a better chance of success, and also decreases water usage. So this year we started doing a little section of sidewalk strips in Alameda to create a corridor of native plants. And what was interesting in Alameda is we actually took a different approach because we found a population of these trapdoor spiders that were living out there. As you can see here, we used a lot of mulch in order to suppress the weeds and to hold moisture in the soil. in Alameda, because that population of spiders are there, we decided not to mulch at all, and we're just hand weeding in order to make sure that we don't disrupt the trapdoor spiders. They're actually these spiders that tunnel underground and require bare soil to create a little trapdoor. And then if we mulched over them, that would really destroy their habitat. So we've just been doing hand weeding, and the idea there is to keep connecting the dots. So we have 2 sidewalk strips, and we're hoping in the future to continue talking to homeowners to continue a little line of patches that connect with Gene Sweeney Park, which is in the process of being developed as a open space park. So that will be a really nice hub of habitat, hopefully, for our native creatures in the future. I think these projects can be really beneficial on a larger scale. I think it's important that the design and implementation of the project is very community-based, so really participatory in the process of the project and design of the project. So I think information being disseminated about the importance of native plants is a really good first step. And then working with neighborhoods to implement some native plantings in this style, I think could be really beneficial in the urban setting.
Well, that was terrific, Naomi. Thank you. So we've had some questions, and I have some questions myself. So someone asked about aphids and milkweed. Do you want to comment upon that? You're muted.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed there's often a lot of aphids on the milkweed, but I just leave them because they usually don't take too much from the milkweed, and the ladybugs like to eat them, and they can be a host for a number of different species that utilize them as food. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Let me say that last year on the virtual tour, we had a presentation by Mei Chen on aphids and milkweed, and it was just fantastic. You can see it on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel, and she shows all the different insects that come in because of the aphids. And it was so interesting. At any rate, at the end of the day, she said, just leave them alone. And if you do, ladybugs will come and birds will come. And I've heard people tell me that they actually grow milkweed specifically because they do bring in the aphids, which do bring in, the ladybugs and birds. A couple of people asked if you watered these gardens.
Yeah. Watering is an interesting one, especially with a spring like this where it's been so dry. But last year, it was also pretty dry in the spring. So what we did is a cycle and soak kind of method for watering. And since we planted in January, we really didn't have to water the plants too much. But we did I think it was once a month watering, where we 3 times in one day or 3 days in a row, once a month, we watered to get to 1 inch of rainfall for that month if we didn't get any natural rain. If it rained, then we didn't water. But yeah, the once a month, 1 inch kind of rule is pretty good, and we had a lot of success with that. 1 inch of rainfall will soak down 6 inches into the soil, so it really gets down to the root system. And luckily this year we already had our rainfall in the fall, a number of inches, so the deeper soils were already wet, even though it was pretty dry January through now. Yeah.
That's very interesting. I've never heard of the 3 times a day or 3 days in a row. How do you measure a 1 inch watering? Like, how do you know if you
That's a good question. So the cycle and soak is good because if the soil gets really dry, what'll happen is it's hydrophobic. So the water will kind of run around and kind of make these little like pathways, and then it won't soak in if you're just putting all that water in right at the same time. So if you kind of slowly do it over a number of waterings, if you have a drip system, then, you know, it'll go much slower over a longer period of time. But if you're doing it by hand, yeah, I would say space it out a little bit so it gives it a chance to like really soak in. And then, sorry, what was the other part of your question?
How do you know if you put down an inch?
Oh, yeah.
Like if you drip, you can calculate, but if you're hand watering, you just guess.
Well, so you can do the little, I use cat food cans, but you can use tuna cans or like dolma cans or whatever. And you put those down kind of around the area where you're watering, and then put your nozzle onto like a sprayer setting. And as you're watering over an area, then time it, and you can see when that little can gets to an inch of water, then you know how much time it took on your water setting, you know, your pressure and everything. And then yeah, and then next time you need to water an inch, all you do is get out there and set the timer and go for as long as it took.
That's great. Thank you. So let's see, you have 15 houses that participated in the project. If people come to visit this block on Saturday, April the 30th, how will they know which homes are participating?
So there's going to be a table set up at Ashley Spinelli's house, which is on the tour. And there's going to be music next door at Angela's house, who's also on the tour. But then there's, so that'll kind of be like a base of information. And then all the little patches around the block will have, they'll have labels on river rocks. So as you walk around, there'll be some signage on the little patches on 63rd Street. And they're just between Racine and Shattuck. So it's a pretty small area. If you walk the block, you'll likely run into them.
Okay. What's been the reception of the people who've participated to like having their garden planted and how it looks now, and the idea of being part of a project like this?
Some people have given more feedback than others and been more involved than others. Some like have come out and actually, you know, done some maintenance weeding and planting with me, and others are a little more hands-off and just, you know, happy to contribute a little space that's planted with native plants. I think that the participatory aspect of this project was a little bit more challenging because of COVID, and not, you know, being able to work closely with people. So I'm hoping, you know, in the next few years, there can be more collaboration and participation, and get people kind of hands in the dirt a little more. But yeah, I'd say it's mixed, probably 50-50 people that are getting out and actually, and, you know, working on site with me.
Do you have any tip or advice for people who might like to do a project like this on their own block? Like, how would they even just get started?
I think just getting to know people, so talking to people, and I think one way that this project could have been improved is having the people who are offering the space on the land where they live to be involved in the decision-making process a little bit more. This was kind of a first go where I was making a lot of the decisions on species and, you know, install and placement and all of that. And some people prefer that, but I would say getting people involved in like actually deciding you know, what species are going to be used, giving more options of a more extensive plant list. We dialed it into like 12 species for simplicity, and they were the recommended ones by, the list actually came from mostly the Xerces Society site for monarchs. And I researched those species specifically. I looked at some historical records through the Jepson Herbarium, UC Berkeley, to verify that they were like historically in that area. But I would say, yeah, just getting people, asking people, you know, if they want to be involved in that decision-making process. And then maybe even asking if people want to contribute, because this was totally funded and installed free of charge to the homeowners, which I think can be a benefit for some, and for others it may create a situation where they may not feel much ownership or value in the project if they're not contributing in some way, and having that like ownership aspect of participating. So something to consider.
Okay, I had one last question. A couple of people asked, why did you have fencing around the milkweed?
Oh yeah, I saw that question. A friend of mine who's a gardener in Alameda had heard from somebody at a nursery locally that the first year you want to cage the milkweed, because what often happens is the plants are so small that when the butterflies lay, then the caterpillars will munch them right down to the ground, and sometimes they won't make it. So if you actually cage them the first year, then the butterflies won't lay on them, and then they will be able to get established a little bit more substantially. But on that note, Kathy, I have been hearing a lot of debate around whether we should be even planting milkweed here in the East Bay. So that's why I'm saying we, you know, with the Xerces Society, I'm parroting what the Xerces Society is saying, close to the coast, you just want to plant nectar for the butterflies. And we're sort of on that line where we are fairly close to the coast and close to overwintering sites. So really figuring out what the best butterfly nectar plants are for your area and planting those, I think, is the best thing from what I've understood so far, because otherwise these milkweed plants too close to the overwintering sites can create a resident population where the genetics aren't mixing because the butterflies aren't migrating very far.
So the word seems to be to not plant milkweed if you're within 5 miles of the coast, and then to plant our local species of milkweed if you're 5 miles or more from the coast. Is that what you're understanding?
That's what I've understood from the Xerces Society.
And what are our local species of milkweed that people should be planting if they're going to plant it at all?
Well, the one that's the most widely, the one that has the largest range in California, I suppose, and what we focused on is the Asclepias fascicularis, or the narrowleaf milkweed. And I've heard some debate about the showy milkweed, Asclepias speciosa, but that's another local species of milkweed.
Okay. So can you, Naomi, stay with us online if there are other questions that can be answered?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So I want to thank you so much for making the video and being with us today and working on that terrific project. It's been just so exciting for me to think about it and to think about the possibilities of doing such a thing, you know, in the future myself. I hope to.
Same. Thank you so much, Kathy.
All right. Let's go on then to our last garden for the day. Oh, before that. So like me, you may be of an age when you remember your mom or dad warming up the car before they started driving. Did your parents do that? Mine did it all the time. But I learned recently that if your car is idling for more than 30 seconds, it's better to turn the car off and turn it back on again than to leave it running. You can save gas, save money, and spare the air by turning off your car's engine if you'll be waiting more than 30 seconds. You'll be protecting your and your family's lungs, saving money on gas, and as car exhaust is the #1 source of air pollution in the Bay Area, you'll be helping to keep our skies blue. If you're waiting to pick someone up from school, sports practice, or the library, if you're sitting at a drive-through or a car wash, just turn your engine off. You can learn more at idlefreebayarea.org. And now when I go through a fast food place, or if I'm waiting something, I turn my car off all the time. I don't let it idle at all these days. All right, we'll go on now to Al Kyte's garden in Moraga. So I want to thank again the California Bluebird Recovery Program, Georgette Howington, Bruce Mushrush, and Mike Azevedo for making this 6-video series on Al Kite's garden. And today we'll be seeing the beauty of new life, March and April in the native plant garden with Al. And I'm just going to show a few photos. This is Al's garden before in Moraga, and you can also visit this garden on Sunday, May 1st. And this is Al's after photo in Moraga. And this garden, only new plants get water. The established plants don't receive any water at all. This is Al's backyard before and his backyard after. And here's another photo of the backyard. Al's garden has been on the tour every year since 2007, and this garden just gets more beautiful every year, if that's even possible. This manzanita is in Al's front yard. He's got a beautiful collection of mature manzanitas in the front garden. Al designed this garden himself. This garden is 50 years old now. It's 99% native. And the garden has attracted native bees, butterflies, and 90 species of birds. So let's go now to see Al. And is Al with us? Yep, there's Al. Hi, Al. How are you?
Hi, Kathy.
Good. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Is there anything you want to say before we watch your video, Al?
No, I'm just happy to be with you another year.
I'm happy to have you with us another year. Okay, let's watch Al's video.
Good day to you, and welcome to our garden here in Moraga. My name is Al Kite, and we're doing a series of short videos on dimensions of beauty in the California native plant garden. Today's topic is the beauty of new life, and I think that's an appropriate title because today we're talking about March and April, which are the months where I see more day-by-day change in the garden than any other time. And for example, there's new shoots coming out, there's new leaves, new buds, new blooms, new animals emerging. There's just new life everywhere. And I think it's my favorite months of the year in the garden. And I think one of the most obvious changes is there's a big jump in the amount of color we have in the garden. Obviously that's due to the fact that many plants start blooming this time of year, but it's particularly due to the fact that at least 3 plants that I'm particularly interested in start blooming. And they give me what I've titled, I've used the term splashy long bloomers to describe this category. What's a long bloomer? Well, to me it's a plant that is going to hold its bloom for at least 2 months. Splashy, that means I should see splashes of color. Like with this sulfur buckwheat, I see more bloom color than I do leaf color. And so if I were an artist sitting down, I could take a paintbrush and I could splash strokes of yellow, orange, white, and purple and have a very gala painting. And so I'd like plants that give me a lot of color. And the 3 that come to mind that start in March and April, starts with the poppies in March, giving me a nice orange color everywhere, and then the sulfur buckwheat kick in, and the white monkey flower, Mimulus bifidus. And those 3 combined with the verbena that's already blooming gives me a great foundation in color for the next few months. 4 of those plants. And of course there are others that come along. Here in the back we have an open woodland, and so the plants are spaced enough so that I can have this color pretty much throughout the plant community. In the front, we have a chaparral So we're talking more about a border, and sometimes I leave some shrubs vacant in certain areas, so there's areas for these plant colors to move into. Let's go look at that chaparral. Out here in front, we see a border. There's some of the same plants and the same colors that we saw in the open woodland. But there's some additional plants as well that I want to talk about out here. And they serve one of two purposes. Some of them are a backup to the colors that we already have. For example, one of my long bloomers may not be a long bloomer that year. It might be a bad year for it. To have another plant of the same color there is ideal. And some of the other plants provide their own unique interpretation of color, a little maybe between the colors that we have. They enrich what we have. So let's start with one of those plants, and it's this yellow-orange plant that you see that's nothing more or less than our local monkey flower. And this particular mimulus is this yellow-orange color that just enriches those colors around it. Now, if I wanted to have a low backup for yellow, in case the sulfur buckwheat is not doing well, I already have one in the year-round sundancer daisy. If we want yellow in a taller plant, we already have that as well in an island bush poppy. But I've added another large plant, a bush that's a yellow bloomer, and that's the yellow bush lupin, because it brings that nice, beautiful leaf shape and bloom shape of the lupin. Now, how about the verbena, the bluish purple plant that we rely on so much? Well, we have another backup here in the woolly blue curls. And this is a plant that I love. It also blooms, even though it starts a little later than some, it does bloom for a couple of months. And it's a great plant for pollination for the bees as well as the hummingbirds. And it's got a little different look to the shrub. It's more as the upright blooms that are just unique unto themselves. And it's one of my favorite shrubs. For a low blue backup, I almost have to wait till next month when the foothill penstemon comes into bloom. But a couple have started to bloom early, so here's one of those. Now, there's two other blue or purple plants that I think of in March and April. And in March, of course, the obvious plant that I look forward to is the California lilac, the ceanothus. You have them in several species with blooms everything from white to dark blue. But I think my favorite bloom is the medium blue of the Ray Hartman. And that plant also is fast growing and gives me a full bush that in the month of March, the whole bush looks like it's blue. It's just wonderful. And the other plant that I enjoy so much, it comes in April, and the native iris. And I have two species of that. I have the Douglas iris and the Del Norte iris, which is the thinner leafed iris of the very northern part of California. My favorite color in iris is kind of a soft purple. Like the monkey flower, it brings its own shading of color to enrich what's around it. And so the two irises are among my favorites that time of year. Now, how about a backup plant for the poppies? Sometimes the poppies in a certain area may not last the full 2 months. So I do have a good backup, just about the exact color of our poppies, and that's the orange monkey flower. I associate the name Mimulus terracotta with the particular color that I see in the nurseries. Now for a white, low-blooming plant, in case the white monkey flower is not doing well, the white poppy provides a great backup for that. And at Annie's Annuals, it's been sold for years under the name Alba, and it can a healthy plant of that can have a couple of hundred blooms, so it can have a lot of color as well. There's two white blooming plants, the blooms I really enjoy, and one is the western serviceberry. It only blooms for about a week or so, but it's a plant that has beautiful bloom, delicious berries, and I just love seeing it when I'm in the Sierra. And that's a plant that makes great pies up in Western Canada. They call it the Saskatoon berry. The other bush white bloom that I love so much is the snowdrop bush, Styrax officinalis. And the blooms are like little bells, and when the wind starts blowing, I almost expect to hear them ringing. Ours is almost a tree form, which kind of reminds me that Doug Tallamy says don't overlook the trees for their benefits to butterflies and moths. And I find the same thing is true with bee pollination. A couple of years ago, I was walking in my backyard, and I heard what sounded like a hive of bees overhead. And I looked up, and it was not a hive, but it was a group of bees on almost every bloom, it seemed like, of our mountain mahogany, a white bloom and up higher in the tree. The other white blooming tree that I enjoy so much is our madrone. Not only does it have the bark color of the manzanita, but also the bloom shape of the manzanita, which shouldn't be surprising because they're both in the same plant family. The color that I've had the most difficulty with in terms of producing splashy color in the spring is red. And my best plant for that is the red poppies. Sometimes it's been called red sheaf, red glow. There's different names to it, but a red poppy can provide this beautiful reddish orange color. And it just gives a lot of spark to the garden. My backup plant for that is a firecracker penstemon, or Eaton's penstemon. And that plant, I just love the looks of it because off of a single spike, you've got a series of parallel blooms coming down. It reminds me of so many of the mountain plants I enjoy so much. I've been trying to make bigger patches of Eaton's penstemon. The other plant that I've had to supply red early in the year is my red monkey flower that I've seen growing natural in Southern California, Memulus puniceus. There's two other red blooming plants that I think of when I think of March and April. One is the redbud tree. It can either be a large bush. I usually train mine to be small trees. Once again, like the monkey flower and the iris, it brings its own interpretation of color, kind of a different shade of red than we typically see. And it's just delightful because the whole plant looks red at that point. The other plant, the red blooming plant that I really look forward to in April, is my favorite currant, the blood currant, Ribes sanguineum. And I try to get it, when I buy it, I try to get it as red as I can. But there's one other red plant I want to talk about. It's not splashy like these others. It's very subtle and inconspicuous, but delightful nonetheless. And that's the red version of the coral bells. It's called a canyon bell. Anyway, these are the plants, some of the plant blooms that I enjoy in March and April. Okay, new life in the garden this time of year isn't just about the plants. It's also about the animals. I think the animal that I most enjoy looking forward to this time of year is the pipevine swallow-tailed butterfly. Last year I was talking in one of these tours about the fact that they've become resident in our garden now. They don't just come and lay eggs, they come and nectar and do their mating squirrels and just hang out, egg laying, whatever. But I was saying last year how I've never seen them do a chrysalis. Well, 2 weeks after I said that, all of a sudden I spotted about a dozen caterpillars walking up various walls of our house and building chrysalis in plain sight. So they built those in May, and this March they started to emerge from those chrysalis. It takes about a half an hour for them to get their, flutter around a bit and get their wings strong enough to be able to fly. And it's beautiful seeing them get back into their activity. The three of my favorite bees, native bees, are here this time of year. The big digger bees are still around. They started with the manzanitas, and they're still on some of the bigger blooms. The osmia bee, the little kind of black with blue or green tinges, is on the foothill penstemon and the phacelia. And some of the sweat bees are on the poppies. And there's other bees as well. And of course, it's not just insects in the air, the ground is alive with western fence lizards. I brought in 3. I snared 3 years ago because there was none here, and now there's probably 30 of them running around the yard. And once in a while, I even see the alligator lizard, which is probably a little less common. So, and of course, the birds. The birds have been very active in our yard, and some of them have migrated out now. The last week of April, the white-crowned sparrows and golden-crowned sparrows leave. So it's a time in which there's a lot of life everywhere you look in the garden. It's an exciting time, and I hope I've said something to excite you for your own gardening. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, Al, that was terrific. Thank you very much.
Well, it was a lot of work, but a lot of new learning too.
I bet it was a lot of work. So this is one of a set of 6 videos that Al and the California Bluebird Recovery Program made in his garden. And you can see all 6 of them on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel. So let's see, Al, can you tell us what plants people might see in bloom in your garden if they come and visit you on Sunday, May 1st?
You know, it's kind of interesting. It's what I call the peak bloom. And in fact, I guess that's the title of tomorrow's session, The Beauty of Peak Bloom. But it's kind of interesting. I think of about 4 peaks of bloom in our garden. I think the first one with the manzanitas and currants just starts the blooming season. And in March and April, I think that the poppies and ceanothus really kick off a second kind of a minor peak, which is kind of the peak of color, I think, of bringing all kinds of colors. And certainly other plants come in, the monkey flowers and you know, the buckwheats and some of the other things. But and of course, this is the peak bloom because I think it fills out the whole color spectrum. And then there's a 4th peak after the peak bloom. Which in our last video that we did on the beauty of summertime, we get into some other blooms that start in June. But you know, there's just so much life that comes forth in really March, April, and May. But it all kind of comes together with the biggest variety of blooms. It's almost easier to talk about what blooms are not blooming than which ones are, because we have so much color then.
Someone asked what your soil was like.
It's a little, generally it's a little alkaline, I think, and it's a lot of clay. So I've had to do a lot of mounding to try to get plants above the clay for those first few years as much as possible. And then I kind of add soil around it. If I put things on top of a mound, usually I'll start putting soil off to the side. So sometimes they end up being on a slope. So I kind of try to create, I like to play with rocks and soil a lot and build up
drama through adding elevation. And so I think what happens between the plants is every bit as much fun for me as the plants themselves.
So you must have started by laying out your paths and then making your mounds and planting in the mounds. Is that how you began?
Yeah, well, in a way it is. I guess, I was spending so much time at the Tilden Botanic Garden, I guess unconsciously, I fashioned my garden after a botanic garden and a lot of pathways here and there throughout. And of course, I did mound up when I put in the first manzanitas in the early 70s. I brought in a lot of extra soil and put them on top of mounds, and then I stood back and looked at it, and it looked like a devastation area. There was nothing there, and so I brought in some penstemon and poppies and flowers around it to distract people away from the barrenness, I guess. And in the process, I guess I was going through the first stage of succession, like after a fire, where the first plant community you see is wildflowers, and then shrubs grow through them. And now I have knobcone pines, sun-loving pines growing through the manzanitas. So it's a moment in succession when I really was striving for. Knobcone Point on Mount Diablo is a great place to look at to get that sense.
So it seems your garden seems very artistically designed. Like, do you stand there and look at it and think, I wish I had some yellow or orange here?
I do a lot of that. I obviously to me it's an artistic expression, and we all bring our own perspectives to this native plant gardening, and we, by our own perspectives, each of us enriches in different ways. But yeah, to me, it's an artistic thing. I've learned a lot about the environment and restoration and different things, but to me, the two values that have not changed are the desire for naturalness and the desire for beauty. So that's what I've tried to keep focusing on, I guess.
Now, someone asked, so these gardens look great in spring, but what do they look like later? And I want to refer people to the 6-video series that Al has made on the Garden Tours YouTube channel, which takes you through his garden over the course of a year. And you can then see what does the garden look like and what things there are to value about the garden over the course of the year. Is there anything else you want to say about the series overall?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because the last year we did the first 3 videos, which were the non-blooming months, the less blooming months, I should say, because we had bloom all year. But and these 3 that I did finishing up with the end, the summer, it's just more color, more beauty in the terms of color. But I think the big thing about wintertime is the lack of bloom really brings your emphasis into the beauty of other dimensions of the plant, and the texture of leaves, the color and texture of bark. It's just the smell. It's a sensual experience. It's a really neat place to be.
Well, that's nice to think about it in that way. I'm envious of your pipevine swallowtail caterpillars and your bees. I know you've seen a lot of native bees in your yard.
I have. It's kind of interesting because what is there, over 1,600 species of native bees in California? I think I've only seen, a few over 20 different species in our garden. And so, I think a lot of them must be in Southern California or somewhere, but it is exciting to me to see if all of a sudden a little green bee will show up, and I kind of know what that is now. And so the identification with bees is a difficult thing because so many of them are so small, and some of the bee experts seem to kind of steer clear of identification. And I want to know what those guys are. So it's been a tough haul. It's much easier to identify birds, I think, and butterflies.
They're bigger.
The bees are impressive.
And they're not as fast. So Cindy asks, how much maintenance do these native gardens require?
Well, I would say, when I started out, it wasn't much maintenance at all, but But one of the features about our garden is the maturity of it. It's been going on for 50 years. And as plants get more mature, they get bigger and wider and taller, and they drop more leaves. And, it ends up, and I had, for a while, over 200 species of native plants. And, it gets so that it is a maintenance thing. It's not as low maintenance as it needs to be in a simpler garden, I think. Pete Bayou once called my garden a collector's garden. And I thought, well, I don't know about that, but, in a way he's right, because I love to experiment with new plants.
Well, it is certainly a beautiful garden. So let me say, you can visit Al's garden on Sunday, May the 1st. And Al, can you join us online and answer any questions that we can't take right now? So I can close,
certainly.
Go to the Zoom thing. Okay, so let me say, before we all part, that I hope that you fill out the evaluation. It was in your Zoom link email. It's also on the tour's website. And Jessica, I wonder if you could maybe send to me the chat. I know a lot of people are interested in the chat. Maybe you can email me a chat link and I could send it out to people who registered. I don't know who's with us today, but I can send it out to the registrants.
Sure. I have the emails of about 24 people who've already emailed me specifically asking for it. But when I send it to them, I'll include you, so you'll have it too.
Yeah, that would be great. So let me go now and close out the rest of the day. And Al, I forgot to thank you for being with us again. I'm sorry I was distracted, but thank you for a lovely presentation. And thank you for offering your garden for the tour again this year.
It's been fun every year. Thank you, Kathy.
Al is actually our longest. Al's been on the tour, I think, since 2007 every year. So he's our host who's been with us like steadily every year. So nice to see you, Al. All right. So let me say, whoops, if you have not yet had the chance to support the tour, there are 4 ways to donate on the website, through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, on the tour's GoFundMe page, by mailing a check. The address is on the website. Again, if you're interested in buying any of these books, Doug Tallamy's 3 books, The Nature of Oaks, Nature's Best Hope, or Bringing Nature Home, you can buy them from Orinda Books and they will make a donation to the tour. These California-specific books, they're offering the same deal on them. So that's Designing California Native Plant Gardens by Alry Middlebrook and Glenn Keeter, Garden Allies by Frederic Lavoie-Puyer, Native Plant Gardening for Birds, Bees, and Butterflies for Northern California. That's a brand new book. Or California Native Plants Month by Month Guide by Helen Popper. The East Bay Green Home Tour takes place May 14th and 15th from 10 to 1 online. They have a dozen brand new homes if you'd like to see what other information you can get about greening your home. We have the virtual tour tomorrow. It's the last day of the virtual tour, 10 to 3. The in-person tour, Saturday, April 30th and Sunday, May 1st. We hope you'll join us tomorrow. The addresses of the gardens on the in-person tour will be emailed out later this week. I'd like again to thank our major sponsors, the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, the Contra Costa Water District, the Clean Water Program, Alameda County, and the other sponsors as well, whose support has made the tour possible. So thank you very much, everyone. And if you live in Alameda or Contra Costa counties, I hope to have your own garden on the tour one day. All right, bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
I've saved the chat. Would you like me to close down the Zoom?
If you say the